Okay, good morning and welcome back to docket 24-1201. The application of Yankee Gas Services Company doing business as Eversource Energy to amend its rate schedules. We're here this morning for a late file exhibit hearing in this matter. I have an agenda in front of us today. We will begin with administrative matters followed by public comment before we move into the agenda that we have set forward. So I will pause for administrative matters from the company or parties and interveners. Attorney Pace.
Good morning, Commissioners. Vincent Pace for Yankee Gas. I have one scheduling issue, and Attorney Tisler then has another administrative matter. And the scheduling issue is that when we submitted our proposed panel for today's late file hearing, we did identify that Mr. Ned Alice, who's the expert witness from Pennsylvania on depreciation, is here today in the hearing room all day, but he is not available due to a schedule conflict tomorrow. And when I did the estimated math on the current schedule for today, it looks like we have about 9.5 hours of cross-examination for other panels before we reach the depreciation panel. When I found out about that, I did send an email yesterday to all counsel of record, and my request was, does any party object to having the depreciation panel be moved up to go sometime today to ensure that we can have the cross-examination of Mr. Alice? We believe that the only party that reserved the right to cross-examine is OCC. And the responses I received were that counsel for OCC, counsel for AG, and counsel for EOE have no objection to our request. So we therefore would like permission to have the depreciation panel be moved up just some point today at the authority's determination to allow for that cross-examination. And I'm happy to take any questions about that request.
I don't think there are any questions. I think that's clear. So assuming no party or intervener has any further comments on the matter, I'm sure we can accommodate that. Just figure out where to move that panel up. So we're talking about the panel on page 12.
Correct. The panel on page 12 with Mr. Alice as the witness for depreciation. And I believe that the OCC reserved about 45 minutes for cross-examination of that panel.
Okay. Then we can certainly accommodate that. I'll figure out which order to put him in, but we can certainly accommodate that.
Thank you. And Attorney Tisler has one matter also.
Right.
Thank you, Attorney Pace. Just due to the nature of having a large number of people here for the company today for late filed hearings, we do request that we have at least a full 45 minutes for a lunch break so that everybody can have a bite to eat.
Sure, of course. Okay. Attorney Wyman, please.
You can turn that on. Good morning. Brittany Wyman for EOE. When we received the schedule, we noticed that all parties reserved the right for our expert witness, Mr. Rothschild. We reached out to all parties. The company in OCC, I believe, reached back out to us and said they were going to have no cross as long as other parties did not anticipate having cross, as well as the authority did not anticipate having cross for our witness. We just request we file the motion for affidavit in lieu of coming in.
Okay, so the witness listed as panel on page 15. I will need to check with my colleagues and Pura staff as to whether they in fact have no questions. So I'll provisionally grant that pending those checks, and we can take that up at the lunch break.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Attorney McCorney.
Good morning, Allison McCorney for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I'd just like to quickly note for the authority that there was only one late file exhibit asked of our rate design panel, late file 88, and that exhibit was sponsored by OCC's staff economist, Mr. Alex Wong. So Ron Nelson is not present today. Mr. Wong is here and he will be available for cross-examination. He's not available tomorrow, so I would respectfully request the authority fit him in today. I think based on the panel order that will happen, but I just wanted to note that he's not available tomorrow. Also yesterday, OCC filed a motion to adopt via affidavit for Mr. Larkin Connolly, our capital additions witness. As the company had previously indicated, it did not have any cross for him. After the motion was filed, we did hear back from both the Attorney General's office and EOE that they also had no cross for him. So at this time, we have not requested that he travel here today. So we would ask that if the authority has any questions for Mr. Larkin Connolly, that you let us know at the earliest possible convenience, and we'll arrange for him to be here tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just make sure I did see the motion, but let me match it up to a panel. Page 11. Okay. Okay, so, so you're waiting to hear from, the authority as to whether the commissioners or staff have questions for that witness is, okay.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So the authority will review the OCC and EOE's request regarding those respective panels, and we'll get back to you before the lunch break. Okay, anything else? Okay, I do have one item for administrative matters for the company. Oops, excuse me. Okay, so in reviewing the late file exhibit requests, specifically late file exhibit 133, the company states that it is in possession of a credit analyst report from the Bank of America, but that the company is objecting to the production of the report. Is that correct?
I believe that the company's position is that they do not have the permission from Bank of America to share that report. If they did have the consent of that party, that they would be sharing that document.
Okay, thank you. So is the company asserting any statutory or common law privilege such as work product or attorney-client privilege? Is that the basis of the objection?
I'm not aware of any claim under attorney-client privilege or work product privilege. My understanding, based on information provided to me, is that we did not secure the consent of the party that basically controls, and it's their work product. And so without getting that permission, we're not in a position to then just simply turn it over. If the authority wants us to, we can communicate any message to Bank of America on behalf of the authority. If it's the authority's request that counsel for Bank of America files something in this proceeding communicating their position, we're happy to pass the information along to them and direct them to provide a responsive filing in this docket.
Thank you. So the company is not asserting privilege over, to be specific, Yankee is not asserting privilege over the product in your possession.
To the best of my knowledge, my understanding, and I'd like to confer with my witness for a moment just to confirm that, but my understanding is the sole basis that we have for not producing the information is we do not have the consent of Bank of America.
Thank you. So that was my understanding after reading the company's response to late file exhibit 133. So I had our legal team do some research on the issue, and the Connecticut practice book and the case law appear to be very clear that confidential and trade secret information are not privileged. It could be subject to protective treatment, but not privileged. So I guess my question to the company is it the company's position that a lack of permission from a third party is a recognized privilege in Connecticut?
Yeah, what I'd like to do first, before I respond to the chairperson's question, can I just have a moment to consult with my witness just to confirm the factual predicates in terms of the basis that Bank of America communicated for withholding? I just need about 2 minutes to be able to do that. Then I can circle back to the chair's questions if that's acceptable.
Of course.
Thank you. Just a moment, please. Thank you for the chance to consult with my witness. And so the witness did receive an email communication from Bank of America communicating their position. And it's my understanding that counsel for Bank of America did not consent to providing the information. What I would like is I'd like an opportunity at the break to have my client call up the email. I'd like to be able to review it myself. And then based upon my review of the basis being offered, I'd like to communicate that to the authority. So can I have permission at the first available break, whenever we take that, to review the underlying email? And then based upon my reading of that, circle back to respond to the chairperson's question about the basis that Bank of America is asserting for their decision to not provide the information.
Attorney Pace, I appreciate that. And I have no objection to you to doing so. I just want to be clear about what my question is, so we don't end up circling back around. But to be clear, I understand from the late file exhibit response that there is a lack of permission, but absent the company providing some statutory, regulatory, or case law position that the lack of permission from a third party is a recognized privilege, I'm in a little bit of a bind here. So I'm happy for you to do that. But then I do also need to understand what the company's basis for objecting to the authority's request is.
Correct. Your request is very clear, which is, and just to restate, there are two questions there. First is what's the position of Bank of America? And then secondly, what's the position of Yankee Gas Services Company as the recipient of the information in terms of identifying a legal basis for Yankee's position as it relates to the authority's request to produce the report? So understood, Chairperson. And again, I'd like the opportunity just to review that and then circle back to the chairperson right after the first break.
Sure, I'm
Okay.
happy to.
Thank
And
you.
then the second question is really the one that I'm interested in, because from the authority's position, the request was made to the company. So I'm not, don't necessarily need to understand what the Bank of America's position is with the company. I want to know what the company's position is with respect to the authority.
Okay, very clear. Thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. So we will take that up at the break. I think that covers the administrative matters this morning, unless any other party or intervener has a matter. Okay, let's move into the first panel then, please. Attorney Pace. Or Attorney Tisler, excuse me.
Thank you. So for the case overview panel, the company is continuing with Mr. Douglas Horton, previously sworn, and adding Rima Hayter to this panel, who was also previously sworn in the evidentiary hearings as part of the cost of capital panel. So good morning to the panel. Would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record?
I'm Doug Horton. I'm the Vice President of Distribution Rates and Regulatory Requirements for Eversource.
Rima Hyder, I'm the Vice President for Investor Relations, Eversource Energy Service Company.
And to the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of evidentiary hearings in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified?
No.
No.
You adopt your late filed exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Attorney Tisler. Authority staff. OCC. EOE. Attorney General. Thank you. Commissioner Karen.
No question.
I do not have any questions for this panel. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we want to go ahead and take up the depreciation panel before I forget?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for accommodating that request.
Thank you. So we'll call up the company's depreciation panel, please. Which means that the OCC, I believe, will be up first for cross-examination.
Good morning. I'm Rory Apollonia, OCC.
One second, sorry. I appreciate you keeping us on track, but Attorney Pace or Attorney Tisler, whomever wants to take the panel.
Sure. We have the depreciation panel here. I will note for the record, we did plan to have Tom DeRozier, but he has a family matter that he needed to take care of this morning. So he's not available at present. For the depreciation panel, we are continuing with the other witnesses, Mr. Ned Alice and Mr. Brendan O'Brien. Good morning to the panel. Would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record?
I'm Ned Alice, ALLIS. I'm Vice President with Gannett Fleming Valuation and Rate Consultants, LLC.
Brendan O'Brien, Director of Revenue and Regulatory Accounting on behalf of Yankee Gas.
To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of the evidentiary hearings in this case?
Yes,
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified?
no, I do not.
No, I do not.
Do you adopt your late filed exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes,
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. This panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Apollonia, please.
All right, sorry for that. I am Rory Apollonia, Accounts Examiner for OCC. Good morning.
good morning, good to see you again.
Good to see you. So I have questions about the manual. You have your manual, right?
Yeah.
Great, okay. So let's move forward. Is it correct to state that on page 153 of the 1996 Nehru Public Utility Depreciation Practices Manual that curve fitting is the process of determining the trend or pattern developed from the known historical facts?
Sorry, you said page 153?
Correct.
Yes, it does. And actually, this section is kind of part of the discussion of estimating interim retirements.
Okay, thank you. Is it correct to state that on Appendix A, Part 3 of the manual, it shows all the Iowa curves such as the L, S, R, O, and half curves as 0?
Yes, it's correct that Appendix A shows the Iowa curves, shows graphs of the different type curves.
Okay, thank you. So furthermore, am I correct to state that on page 124 of the manual, there's a section that is labeled visual matching?
Yes, within an overall section on curve fitting techniques, there is a section on visual matching.
Okay, thank you. Is it correct to state that visual matching is used when determining what Iowa curve to select?
Yes, it's listed as one of the means by which one does curve fitting or curve matching.
Okay, thank you. Am I correct to state that you did not use any H curves for your Yankee FERC accounts?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain the difference between an Iowa curve and a Gompertz-Makeham GM curve?
Sure. Let me start with the Iowa curves. The Iowa curves were empirically developed survivor curves developed at Iowa State University. That's where the Iowa comes from. And basically what they did over like a 20-year period was look at a whole bunch of different types of industrial property, utility property, but also railroads and being Iowa State, agricultural property and things like that. And they kind of plotted out the dispersion patterns of retirement or the service lives experienced by that type of property, and then figured out which curves match those patterns and classified them into the R, S, L, and O curves. And those curves that were empirically derived from that analysis are what's used almost universally for utility property to estimate service lives. Gompertz-Makom's curves have been developed earlier, primarily in the insurance industry, which is where a lot of the math that we do for depreciation comes from, to describe human mortality. So those are mathematical formulas. In some instances, they may look similar to the Iowa curves. One of the bigger differences is that Gompertz-Makom tend to drop off a little bit in the first year, which describes infant mortality with humans. So that would be one of the differences. The other bigger one being that the Iowa curves were empirically developed, specific for utility property, which is one of the primary reasons why they're used so widely.
All right, thank you for that. So am I correct to state that the practice of using or creating Iowa curves hasn't changed since the 1996 NARUC Public Utilities Depreciation Practices Manual was established?
So there was a couple things there. The same Iowa curves are used to forecast future service lives today, as would have been the case back then. To some degree, the techniques have evolved because technology's evolved. You can do, with computers that are more powerful than they were in 1996, you can do curve fitting with more precision, or at least more quickly, so that you can look at things, look at more information and stuff like that. But I would agree that generally overall, the practice is the same from the curve fitting process of life estimation.
All right, thank you. And this process of the curve fitting, it's still based on this manual from 1996, the general concept, right?
I don't know that I put it like that. The manual describes how it works and how you do it. It's based on the math and things that would probably extend beyond the manual as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go to page 239 of the manual. Let me know when you're ready.
Yes.
All right, great. Are the two conclusions listed on the page still accurate? I'll read the conclusions right now. Number one, no evidence was found to conclude that the Iowa curve set as it stands is not a valid system of standard curves. And number two, no evidence was found to conclude that new curve shapes not now represented in the Iowa curve set are necessary.
Yes, I would agree that still holds. My experience and our experience has been that the Iowa curves continue to work very well for utility property. I think within that publication from Iowa State, it did talk that sometimes you might see some interesting shapes, but usually that's because you have two types of property that don't have the same service life characteristics, and that can cause things. And once you subdivide that out, you still get something that looks like Iowa curves.
All right, thank you so much for answering my questions. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes OCC's cross.
Thank you. Authority staff. EOE. Attorney General. Commissioner Karen.
No question.
I have no questions. Would the company like a moment to consider redirect?
We have no redirect for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. This panel is excused.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's move back to the company's customer service panel on page 3, please. And the authority staff will be up first to cross-examine. Okay, Attorney Tisler, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So we now have the customer panel. I have a few notes. First, Mr. Kruger will be replacing Kevin Kelly as a witness in relation to the late filed exhibits on the topic of OMARC. Additionally, Jess Kane will be covering the joint LFE responses that she sponsored with Mr. Dooley and Mr. Kishimoto. And I believe the rest of the customer panel remains the same as previously sworn during evidentiary hearings. So good morning to the panel. Would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record, starting with.
Good morning. I'm Jared Lawrence. I'm the Senior Vice President of Customer Operations and Digital Strategy and Chief Customer Officer for Eversource Energy Services Company.
Good morning. I am Tim McGrath, the Director of the Contact Centers for Eversource Energy Services Company.
Good morning, I'm Bernie Budgeon. I'm the Manager Contact Center Vendor Management.
Good morning. My name's Seth Kruger, Vice President, Gas Engineering, Eversource Energy Service Company.
Good morning. I'm Jess Kane, Vice President of Customer Operations and Assistance Programs.
Good morning. I'm Dan Trainer. I'm Director of Collections and Assistance Programs for Eversource.
Good morning. I'm David Coco. I'm our IT Director of Business Solutions for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Good morning. I'm Seamus O'Brien, Director of our Voice of the Customer and Customer Experience Strategy.
Morning, Jeff Pugliese, Director of Community Relations for Connecticut, Eversource Energy Service.
Thank you. To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of evidentiary hearings in this case? Yes.
Yeah.
And Mr. Kruger, have you reviewed Kevin Kelly's late filed exhibits marked as LFE 23 and LFE 24?
Yes.
And for purposes of admission to the record, do you adopt those materials as your own?
Yes.
To the panel, do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified?
No.
No.
You adopt your late file exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
And Ms. Kane and Mr. Trainer, as part of your preparation for this hearing, did you also prepare revised interrogatory response EOE -008 RV01?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or clarifications to your revised interrogatory response?
No.
No.
You adopt your revised interrogatory response as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll begin with the Authority Staff Attorney Church, please.
Good morning, Victoria Church, Staff Attorney at Pura. I'm going to begin first with LFE 4. In our request for LFE 4, we asked the company to provide a report from the discontinued Stella program, and in response, the company provided monthly and annual Stella Connect ratings, but did not provide any report. Can the company explain why it did not provide any reports in response to LFE 4?
Our understanding of the LFE was to provide the performance that what we would consider a report is what we provided. If we misunderstood, it was not intentional.
I believe from the transcript, we specifically asked and discussed a final report summing everything up, a report summing up what was concluded. That was not clear for the company.
So Attorney Church, that we don't have a summary report of kind of the conclusions of Stella. The number is what the report was, which is why the company filed it that way.
So when you received monthly information from Stella Connect, you only received a number?
No, we received additional, I think we mentioned on the record that there were comments and feedback, but in the terms of reporting, based on our understanding of the line of questioning, was the overall score, which is what was reported up to management monthly.
So but you do in fact have more information that you received on a monthly basis than was provided.
One moment, let me just consult with my colleagues, please.
I also just want to clarify the question. I know the late file said provide the final report. I just want to confirm, are we now asking a different question, which is monthly information, or is it to the scope of the late file, which was the final analysis regarding the Stella program?
Council, if you refer to the record, I believe the question was, if possible, we'd appreciate an LFE. This is transcript from that day, pages 117 to 118. We'd appreciate if there was a final last survey response or report when the study was discontinued. We said we were looking for a final report. The company said that they have it by month and by year. So if there's a particular time frame, and we said when you concluded it, please do the final report unless there was something summing it up. Otherwise, January through May should be sufficient. So I think it was pretty clear from the record that we were looking for a final report unless that was not available.
So we'll give the witnesses a moment to respond to the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what the company received, pardon me one second. So what the company receives is every 15 minutes, we receive a star rating for each employee, as well as then any specific feedback for that employee for a rating that was 3 or less. As far as I understand, we do not receive like a comprehensive report from Stella or the vendor summarizing any period of time what the score was. And so that's the reason why we provided the rolled up scores.
Is there some reason you didn't mention this when we were discussing reports at the hearing?
I think because my understanding is that it was in the context of the leadership reporting. And so what we discuss at the leadership level is simply that overall score. And so that is what is reported to leadership. And that was basically what drove our response. Yep.
And Mr. McGrath, you testified earlier that you do in fact receive some feedback. Can you explain more what that feedback is and why that was not provided?
Certainly. So all CSRs would receive comments occasionally from customers. It is a significant amount of data that's managed by individual CSRs. And as Mr. Lawrence said, it was discussed, my recollection was discussed in the context of management reporting. What was reported up through management was the 4.7, 4.8, 4.9 score in the aggregate.
And when your contract ended with Stella, there was never any summing up report, any reason why it ended, any document which committed the dissolution of the agreement for your company?
So as I understand it, that's two separate questions. So the dissolution of the agreement was just the non-renewal of the contract. Our services that we obtained from Stella never included or stipulated a summary report for any particular period that would have then been like the capstone for the engagement.
Moving on to LFE 5, the company stated that regression tests are required for both for CT electric LiDAR and New Hampshire electric EAP to ensure that they are not impacted by new changes introduced for Connecticut gas LiDAR. Is the company's proposal that regression testing costs be covered by Yankee customers?
If I can just repeat the question, with regards to regression testing, are you asking if the regression testing cost, if the proposal or part of the estimate is to be covered by Yankee customers?
Yes.
So from an estimation and an IT standpoint, we build the estimates that are specific for the operating company. We use, and I'm not sure if we have members of revenue requirements here, but those projects, the way from a revenue requirement standpoint, require an allocation behind the scenes. Projects and efforts that are supporting Yankee Gas have an allocation that will get applied to Yankee Gas. Regression testing is core part of IT development and are covered by IT efforts. And by accounting principles, testing is a capitalizable asset. But I'll pass it over from a revenue requirements because I think this question's more of if we have a project assigned to an operating company, how are we charging those behind the scenes to operating companies?
We have Ms. Peruta, who was previously sworn at the prior evidentiary hearings.
Thank you. Ms.
I think Mr. Coco did a very good job. I just want to make sure if you could repeat the question and I can add.
Sure. The company's response stated that regression testing is required for both Connecticut LiDAR and New Hampshire electric EAP to ensure that they are not impacted. So to ensure that the Connecticut LiDAR program and the New Hampshire EAP program, both electric, are not impacted by changes that would be introduced by the gas LiDAR. So I'm wondering, for that regression testing, are you planning to try to recover those costs from Yankee customers? Is that?
I can take that, sure. Thank you, Attorney Church. That's a fair question. So we have a lot of synergies that we get with sharing a big customer information system across our operating companies, but it is the company that causes the change that incurs the cost. So consistently, so if New Hampshire implements a change, then the regression testing to make sure that no impacts to other areas occur, that would be on New Hampshire. Similarly, if the gas company creates a change, the cost would be incurred by the gas company. For the electric discount rate that needed to regression test everything, including gas, the cost would be attributed to the electric company. So the one that causes the change is the one that incurs the cost.
And can you explain to me how the implementation of a Connecticut gas LiDAR would potentially affect the New Hampshire electric EAP?
I'll take that. So we have one application that supports different operating companies. Within those applications, there's reference tables. Think of them as if you remember back in the libraries where you would pull out and try to find a book that provides instructions for specific tasks. Each operating company has those. There's separate data tables that are specific to those companies. And there's also separate programs that essentially outline the tasks at hand for the operating companies to work effectively. Each of the operating companies, although they're modularized, the efficiency that we gain is they also hold common data tables, common reference tables, and common programs. And so while we're touching several of these programs, an example would be our front-end systems, as we noted here. We have an existing front-end system, but it's leveraging a common program that's going to call the back end when someone selects a Yankee Gas discount rate. We have to ensure that if we're touching that code, we're not incurring any risk in any of the operating companies or losing functionality that would hinder or impact customers in that operating company. So due diligence going through this that touches common code, common data tables, or common programs, as I mentioned, have to be tested to ensure there is no impact across the board. It is, and to add, this is not a C2, or sorry, a mainframe COBOL. This is a common best practice across all IT in all industries to regression test when you have a common application that is performing through different segments of businesses or operating companies.
And for instance, what would be some of the back-end tables that would be common between Connecticut Gas LiDAR and New Hampshire Electric EAP?
Could you repeat the question? Some of the common back-end tables for?
You said so we have back-end references that things pull from, right? So what would some of those common back-end references be that would be the same for both New Hampshire Electric EAP and Connecticut Gas LiDAR? I understand there might be some overlap with Connecticut Electric versus Connecticut Gas, but where is the overlap with New Hampshire?
If I have a moment just to confirm.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time. So I can provide an example. However, what I was conferring with here is I would also, if we need more examples, I can provide a read-in after consulting with my development team, those closest to the actual tables. But let me give an example. A reference table holds different codes that requires that our system would look back in reference to perform a particular task. A reference code, for example, could be an if-then scenario. If a customer qualifies for low income based on rules and parameters, there's going to be a code. And I'm going to make up a code as an example, 020. That's in the system. It is a common reference code that would indicate someone has qualified for a low income or a hardship program. And it is a shared code that would be both in our Connecticut Electric and our Connecticut Gas side. But if more examples are required in exact which reference tables and defining those reference tables and what they show that are common and uncommon, I can provide that as additional examples for readings after consulting with the development team.
I'd appreciate that as a read-in, Chair.
Yep.
We'll mark that as read-in. I do read-in 1.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, my mic is on. Okay. And continuing on this LFE 5, why is it that Massachusetts Gas and Electric are not included in the response? Are they not affected?
Massachusetts Gas and Electric are on a whole nother system we recently converted to an SAP platform. So it's separate and distinct.
Thank you. The company states that 30% of the LiDAR implementation effort will occur on the back-end system and that it will require adding new functionality to existing tables and programs. Specifically, the company states in its response that it will add separate operating company functionality for gas CT LiDAR. Can you give me a more full response on what this separate implementation is? Separate, yeah, the new separate operating company functionality. What is that?
Attorney Church, I can take that one. So it's similar to when we built the electric discount rate. It's a brand, it's all the functionality to do a discount rate brand new for that operating company. So for example, we've had a discount rate, a 5-tier discount rate in New Hampshire for decades, but it's not, you can't provide access to it. It's like a framework for how to build a house, but you have to build a house on the operating company. So while there's some synergy in leveraging like the principles and the design requirements for the gas side, the electric development is done for that operating company so that, you know, the code would look, are you Connecticut Electric? And you go down this path for the 5 tiers and the MPP and everything else associated to it. If you're Connecticut Gas, it would go down a separate tier. We also don't know we have a lot of uncertainty about in the gas side, not knowing how many tiers, will there be a usage cap, that type of information, but it is still a new development for that operating company. So that's all, the whole thing is new for the gas side. We can just leverage some of the design.
So if I can expand. In our electric side, we're using a different unit of measure with different algorithms to determine discount rates by, qualifications. And we also look at kilowatt hours. On the gas side, we have different usage of measures. I believe it's CCFs, if I get the acronym correct. That doesn't exist. We're going to be putting that in. There's different calls that we make to our bill print customers as well that don't exist that we have to also put on those bills. So in short, there's aspects, and I'm going to try to explain this in as not in a more layman's terms. There are existing tables which hold data and are structured a particular way that we can reuse. However, in those tables, there is development in data entry that may be specific to gas that's not as specific to electric. On the programming side, and remember, programming is essentially, it is a string of code that tells the system, if then do this, then go here, then do this. It's a set of instructions. It follows similar programming logic. We can't essentially just copy and paste and assume it's going to work. There's going to be aspects that you can reuse, but the team will have to go in there and develop particular aspects, such as CCF recognition. If there's any changes or different algorithms that are required for the different tiers in gas that are going to be needed. There is going to be further logic that we have to integrate with our bill print vendor that we would have to show for rendering a particular bill. So those are the aspects. And again, I also want to note, these are conceptual-based estimates based on high-level requirements and assumptions. So these are the things that some of our experts that know the system provided in this. And again, although we allocated those percentages, they're always subject to change based on when a project is funded. We'll then do follow our procurement processes to select a partner that has best cost with high quality, that has a proven track record. But like I said, even though these fluctuates, I have full faith and confidence in our team. We have delivered everything since I've been here, and I think Ms. Kane can attest, prior to me joining Eversource in 2022, on time and under budget.
Thank you. Just part of that you explained in layman's terms. I would appreciate it if you could explain it in non-layman's terms for the record as well.
Okay.
I'm happy to have.
I can add some there.
Happy to have the technical information in the record.
Yeah. So, and I'll just supplement. The biggest difference is gas and electric. On the electric side in Connecticut, we have some crazy supplier choice rules, right? So none of those apply on the gas side. Solar on the electric side, none of that's applicable to gas, and it's like extremely complicated. The cancel rebill, whatever you build forwards, you have to build the ability to do it backwards. That's an example of like electric is super different than gas, and gas is typically a little bit easier. That's also what helps keep the costs lower there.
So I also, actually, if I can just confer with my colleague real quick.
Yeah, before the witness responds, I just want to comment by saying that we want to be responsive to Attorney Church to, she said, provide a more technical explanation. We can do that verbally. I just wanted to suggest another alternative, which would be if there's no objection by the authority, we could submit a written supplement to this that provides it in the technical detail she's looking for, because my understanding is she wants it for the purpose of the record. So I just want to offer that if that's acceptable to Attorney Church.
That is acceptable, Chair. That's fine.
Thank you. So that would be a supplement to late file exhibit 5. Is that what we're on?
Yes.
5.
Appreciated, Council. Thank you. Turning to LFE 6. The authority's LFE 6 requested that the company provide an IT cost estimate using the information, design elements, and assumptions used in the company's OCC 66 Supplemental 2 interrogatory response, including the company's proposed usage cap, discount levels, tier structures, et cetera. The company didn't provide new information in its LFE 6 response, but rather referred to what was previously submitted in other responses. Can you explain why?
I can answer that, Attorney Church. I think that the questions that came out that we referred to previously nailed it, but I think there was a supplemental question about the incremental cost to do a usage cap, and it was small, so it can be handled within the total cost that we referenced here. So it wouldn't be incremental to the total cost that we'd referenced. We gave room in there because I think that to do a usage cap was small, and we can accommodate that within the overall umbrella.
Okay, so I think we on the record had discussed usage caps, as you mentioned.
Yep.
But also discount levels.
Yep.
Tiered structure.
Yep.
So you're saying that all of those would have limited financial change for the estimate?
We're saying that that original estimate accommodated that supplemental to Excel spreadsheet that is referenced with exactly those design parameters, because we also have the basis of the electric side, which went through like 20 iterations of us doing what if scenarios. So we knew most of those. It was just the usage cap. That was the only new part that was asked. And since we'd already estimated that on the record in a response, it was just that is a piece of the bigger, can be a piece of the bigger solution. It's not incremental to it, because I think it was just like $8,000 or something.
I think perhaps this may have been a misunderstanding between all of us when we asked for this LFE. But I think what we were looking for in response to this was a specific cost estimate for the structure included in OCC 66, rather than a range of 2 to 2.5 million, because that's obviously a big and round number and a difference.
Yes. I think once there's additional specifics provided from PURA, we can figure out where in that range it's going to be, including timing. We usually start with a ballpark range before we know what the requirements are. So we defined some parameters that allowed flexibility. Once they narrow in, but usually we actually consistently in the last 6 years, we've delivered on time, on budget, and with high quality. So we usually leave a little contingency so that we don't have to go back and explain any minor changes like the usage cap.
Okay.
And to add, for that range, as I mentioned, they're based on conceptual level requirements, and it's a conceptual level estimates. Specifically within my team, within customer group, we have employees and we have strategic partners who are gainfully employed. We don't have people that we have kind of at whim that just say, work on an estimate and go detailed. We typically have to pull people off of work to provide estimates, which they do a phenomenal job. But it's a common practice, not just in Eversource, but in other, just across industry and IT, is at a high level, we start with a high level estimate. Very similar to, like, I correlate it to a home improvement project. You typically will call a contractor to come in to ask what it would cost to remodel the kitchen, and they'll probably give you at a high level the range. But it really depends. What are you looking to do? Or where are you moving appliances? It really depends on the appliances and the materials you're going to be using, but we'll walk through that as we go through the process. So we typically will provide a range, and as Ms. Kane mentioned, we typically provide some contingency on the unknowns. Those unknowns are going to be uncovered once we have approved the project, after we have staffed a team, after we go through the more detailed level requirements, and then a design document by the technical team is going to be conducted. Then the unknowns will be uncovered. We re-baseline, we reevaluate our costs, and typically they do fall, in most cases, in all cases since I've been at Eversource, within that range. And so that's typically how the process works. So I just want to make sure that's also noted. It's, again, these are high level, and it follows best practices for IT development projects. When we first start off and have an idea, we provide those high level ranges.
Thank you. Does the company require the full LiDAR design prior to beginning IT implementation efforts, or can the IT process be begun without a fully designed program?
I can take that.
You-
Yep. I would propose that we would not, it would not be a good practice to start the IT development before we had finalized requirements and a plan. So including in that plan, like the customer communication piece of it. And now we'll be having dual customers, right? Customers who have both an electric and a gas account. We need to think about that plan. I think what might be a little bit awkward in this proceeding, Attorney Church, is we thought there'd probably be a whole extra docket, like there was on the electric side. So this one, we've been a little like, weren't sure where the breadcrumbs would be as far as like where we're going. But we would wait till there's a final decision, because I think we need that certainty before we go invest cost on something that might change.
Okay, if for instance that the actual discount levels or the number for the usage cap were determined at a later date, but the structure was determined here, is that something that would be possible?
I could take this one. It would depend on when we receive that in the life cycle of the project. So usage cap figures, as well as percent, let's call it just percent, the numericals, they're built into the programs as an algorithm. If we get to a point of testing, and we're going to be testing a particular usage cap number or a particular tiering structure, or sorry, not a tiering structure, but more of the percentages, it's going to require a level of retesting, system integration, quality assurance testing, UAT testing.
And Dave, if I can, well, I think what you're proposing, Attorney Church, is if you clarified those between now and the final decision, does it make a big difference in our estimate before we start the effort? And those, we have full flexibility to change the percentage discount or how many CCFs the usage cap would be, for example. We know from the electric discount rate to make a change after implementation that it requires another effort, an additional effort. But usually smaller if you're just changing the discount percent, like changing a price.
And I think just following up on what you just mentioned, if changing after, if there are structural changes after the implementation, does that increase costs as well?
Yes, anytime you change structural. So main thing is if we think we're gonna need 6 tiers, build them up front. Build 6, you don't need to use all of them. And we were consistent. We consistently said that with the electric discount rate too. So we built the 5, initially used the 2, and expanded for a much lower cost than it would have been had we not built the 5 up front. And we implemented last weekend.
Moving on to LFE 7. The company's response to LFE 7 provided the metrics used in the new performance-based contract with Alorca, as well as the contract itself, which I'm not asking questions about. I know that's subject to a motion for protective order. First, I just want to confirm, because terms are very specific to every industry. Is a consultant's resource the equivalent of what I might think of as a customer service representative?
Yes.
The person who answers the phone and
Yeah.
deals with the customer. Thank you. I wanted to just confirm. The company includes a CSR hold time metric that measures the average time a customer spends on hold while connected with a consultant resource. Can you clarify what this time includes? For example, is it measuring the amount of time a customer is on hold once they actually begin to interact with the system, or only once they talk to a consultant resource?
So basically, hold time is once the CSR, customer service representative, starts to interact with the customer. And then during the conversation, if they have to go ahead and confirm something for what the questions the customer is asking, they want to, check their resources or check the system for the information, and they put the customer on hold. And then they come back and, start the conversation. That period in between to provide the answer, that's hold time, basically.
So once they're actually speaking to a
Yes.
human. Is there time measured between once the customer enters into the call while they're waiting to speak for the first time with a consultant resource?
So just to clarify, you're asking when the customer calls in
Yes.
to Eversource. So what's the wait time for the customer before it gets they connect it with the CSR?
Yes.
Um,
Or is that measured in this contract? Is that part of your performance based contract with Alorica?
So it is a metric that Alorica is measured on, that we work with them on in terms of the performance-based rate. It is not included in there because hold time is not a strictly Alorica metric. That's where it goes between the company and Alorica. However, let me just make sure I have the right one. Hours delivery, sorry. That's the hours delivered for CSRs, which is directly proportional to the hold time, right? So if they don't deliver enough hours, enough consultant resources, that would impact the hold time. So it is in there somewhat correlated, if that makes sense.
I'd love it if you could explain that a little more.
Sure. So we measure Alorica on the number of consultant resource hours they deliver on a period of time. And Mr. Bajan can give the exact answer on what that is. If they under-deliver the number of consultant resource hours, right, that would mean fewer CSRs available to take calls, which would increase the wait time.
Thank you. For the quality assurance metric, can the company explain further how the quality assurance metric will be measured and how Alorica will be compensated based off of it?
So quality assurance basically is what Alorica listens to the CSR calls. And there is a proper form where the CSR is gauged on the entirety of the call, whether it's soft skill, providing information, and following the authority approved script. Basically, that's part of the call quality score. Now, in this entire process, quality score, we have a measure, like a tier that's built in. It's in the contract. So if the score comes in within, say, for example, the top tier, or it's at the base rate, or if it's lower tier, according to that, the price will be decided for that specific metric, quality in this explanation, and then based on the weightage given to call quality, the overall pricing for for that specific month will be decided for Alorica.
Okay, so you mentioned the tier. Oh, sure.
I'm sorry, can we consult for 1 moment, please?
That's fine.
Also, to explain that while Alorica listens to their calls, we as a team also listen to what the calls they've monitored, just to make sure there is validity in the scoring.
And just to take that a step further, that includes multiple calibration sessions a week, right? So it's not like best practice is normally 1 or 2 a month. Mr. Bajan and his team do, is it 3 a week?
Yes, 3 a week.
3 calibration sessions a week to ensure that Alorica is following what our requirements are in terms of quality assurance, not just the soft skills, but are they following the Pura approved script and all the requirements that are there, offering the best payment plan, et cetera.
Thank you. That answers my next question. So moving on to the silent time metric, can the company explain what this metric is used for and why it's an included metric in the contract?
Absolutely. I'll take that one. Okay. So I think when you're speaking with a CSR at any other company, right? We do not want to have there to be long periods of dead air or silence. So our new system, which was implemented in January 2024, has the ability to measure automatically the amount of silent time on any call. Are we super concerned if the CSR says, bear with me one moment while I complete your payment plan application? It takes a couple of seconds. No. But we're going to be looking for and listening for if there are other things. And that's usually an indication of, okay, the CSR may need additional training. And it's one of those things that the supervisors for the consultant resources will coach to weekly and monthly.
Thank you. If I could just have a moment. Chair, that concludes the cross that I have. We're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
OCC, please.
Morning. Kim White from OCC. And I'm going to do just a little bit of follow-up from a couple of things I heard a second ago. So I'm going to start with LFE 5. You can go to it, but my questions are kind of high level. We will begin this discussion with the caveat, I'm an attorney. I am not a computer programmer. So laying the groundwork there. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You can sit down.
We're aiming for the efficiency of collaboration with the non-attorneys.
So my first question was, you gave an example, and I want to try to understand the back end of it. The example you gave was, you said, for instance, code 020, I'm assuming you just made this up, it codes someone hardship in the system, and we need to make sure that, as I understood what you said, you were saying, that code would code a person in New Hampshire hardship, but it would also code a person in Connecticut hardship. And so maybe let's just start. Maybe I didn't understand that correctly. And so if I didn't, let's start from there.
I know. So our application has, as I mentioned, it's modularized for each operating company. So I don't have access to the reference tables in front of me. However, for Connecticut, an example could be that the low-income codes are shared in the Connecticut operating companies. It may be different for New Hampshire reference tables. I will have to go and validate that and ask my development team to actually pull up the tables and evaluate each of the reference tables. But codes that are specific to operating companies in Connecticut, some aspects are shared in a different operating company, depending on what attribute we're looking at, could be shared and could not be. If New Hampshire does have different parameters that qualify low income or hardship, it would be a different, most likely a different code.
So then, oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Go ahead.
Nope. Thank you so much, Attorney White. And Dave, we also have some additional insight that the examples might help, but also Attorney Pace, I know this is the supplemental file that we can file as well. So I don't want to take up too much time on it. But for example, the hardship profile, that is if there's a Kim White in New Hampshire, and a Dave Coco in Connecticut, your hardship profile is going to give you access to different things, give you access to different programs. So making sure that when you build it down here, it doesn't break how that reference table is used up there. Social agency portal, very different rules. So it's the low income discount rate with a matching payment plan in Connecticut with New Start up there. Those are more examples, but I think we might be best served for time to just provide it in the late file, the supplemental file.
Yeah, and probably my questions are at a higher level than what you're thinking right now. So really what I'm trying to understand though is what you're describing, like I used that example because it triggered a lack of understanding for me, really. And so maybe, so not focusing on the example, but focusing on the bigger picture is my question. Why would we ever have a code? Why would we ever have a system in which the code is the same? My understanding is what you were trying to explain in LFE 5 was that we kind of have independently operating systems that are based upon the same platform on the back end. So why would we ever have the same code that would trigger anything in a system? Does that make sense for my question?
It does. And I can tell you from a best practice standpoint, from an efficiency and simplification, in cases where it does make sense, we do this from an efficiency play, right? So a reference table, keep in mind, is referenced with programming logic. If we're having separate operating companies that we want to leverage, use in the same application, and we use the same application because the cost of ownership is much lower, it would be completely inefficient for a company to create multiple mainframe systems, because in some cases where we want to share data on a particular customer, maybe in a case for an electric and gas customer who living in Connecticut, there would be a lot of integrations and data work to pull together reports. So from an efficiency play, we look at aspects where it makes sense. Programming logic, think of it as, think of it as, I try to give a lot of analogies. If you're writing an essay and now you want to write an essay on a very similar topic, rather than starting from scratch, you might look at what you have in some key points and copy some key points and then make some minor modifications that maybe drive a point home or whatnot. But in this case here, it is purely from an efficiency standpoint. It doesn't require us to duplicate programming to do the same exact task.
Okay, and I think you might have barely touched on my next question in there then, but I heard you say in your discussion with Attorney Church that you recently changed in Massachusetts and it has its own system there. Is that, maybe my question is, why did you do that in Massachusetts, and is there a reason Connecticut works the way it does differently? Like the Connecticut's integrated with New Hampshire, but Massachusetts isn't.
So the conversion of our Massachusetts opcos was driven by our electric AMI initiative in Massachusetts, in which we modernized the customer information system and the interfaces with the edge systems in order to be able to accommodate AMI. And so we have not been able to move forward with that yet in Connecticut.
I'm probably going off topic here then, but if you did AMI in Connecticut, then would that mean that you would need for Connecticut to have its own system in this way?
If we were to move to AMI in Connecticut, then our proposal would be to migrate the Connecticut operating companies, including Yankee Gas, to that new system to take advantage of the economies of scale and the features that those Massachusetts affiliates are enjoying as well.
Okay. I might be thinking way too far ahead in this question, but if that were the case, then is what we're designing here, because I know we're also talking about AMI and things elsewhere, is what we're designing here transferable like seamlessly, or no? Okay.
If you can clarify your question, what the construct of what we're designing or the actual code development of what we're designing and building?
Take your choice between the two.
Thank you for that question, Attorney White. Anything we build in this system, it's not a copy and paste into the next system. So you'd be building it there. So I think given that There doesn't seem to be a path forward in Connecticut, but we're leveraging this used and useful customer information system called C2 to build these capabilities. And there's synergies still with New Hampshire and Connecticut.
Okay, I'm gonna go to, excuse me, LFE 7 now. Once again, you can go to the document. I'm on page 52 to 53, but I think my questions are high level. Okay, so actually, let me take a step back and make sure that my understanding of this is correct first. As I understand the PBR, essentially, you're setting a base rate target, and then there's kind of the performance, the really good performance that's going to get a little bit extra pay, and the not as good performance that's going to get slightly less compensation for the call.
Correct.
That's a
Yes.
general rudimentary
Exactly.
understanding. Okay. So with that understanding, then let me, I'm going to kind of impart my general thought about, listening to calls and call evaluation. And I want to try to understand, maybe my thought frame is just completely inaccurate, but if it is accurate, how does it kind of work into the system? In the sense that, I would see calls as on a spectrum. And so there's obviously the one end of the spectrum where the call's absolutely perfect. Everything went right, perfect result, everything's good. And then, you kind of you inch down that spectrum to, some of the things didn't maybe didn't get said as perfectly, but you ended up with the correct result, no harm done. And then you kind of keep going down the spectrum to the furthest end of horrible call, absolutely nothing happened correctly. What I would call like a zero on a 0 to 100 spectrum. I can picture how the PBR is working within some part of my spectrum picture that I have going here, but what are we doing about the calls down on the 0 end of the spectrum? Are they getting the lower end of the compensation, or? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No problem. No, I'm happy to take that question. It's one of my favorite topics. So the Alorica CSRs that we have who are handling those calls, right, they get a minimum of 4 calls evaluated per month per CSR. All of that, every single call that is evaluated for quality assurance gets rolled into the overall PBR, right? So I'm making up numbers at the moment, so please don't hold me to them. But if we have 300 CSRs taking calls, 4 calls evaluated a month, that's 1,200 calls. And if you have a rough bell curve, let's just say you've got 5 or 10% are perfect, and then you've got the some that are not meeting the mark. Those are all included in the overall quality assurance performance, right? So it's a real life moving curve that we're trying to capture for the performance-based rates. We want to incent them to perform better. And all of that is rolled into the quality assurance.
Okay, I'm gonna say that back to you and tell me if what I say back is incorrect. Essentially, the PBR is capturing it all and it's kind of smoothing it over in some regards. So, you might have the call on the 0 end, but then you have the call on the 100 end. So you're kind of factoring all of them in together to get to the PBR.
Yes, and our intention is that we do not have calls on the 0 end. That is not what not what we're going for, obviously. And if those calls happen and we have 300 CSRs taking 40 to 50 calls a day, right? Like not every call is going to go perfectly. Those are then reviewed with the CSR as part of coaching and things like that, but it's absolutely included in the PBR, right? So nothing, the 100% calls would be included in PBR, but also if there is a call that didn't meet the mark, that would also be included in there. And if there was a scenario where there were more that were not meeting, right, they would in turn be penalized for not achieving the quality assurance mark.
And when you say be penalized, you mean?
Their rate would be, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was interrupting you.
So it's a 5-tier rate, right? So the base rate, like if they achieve the base, what we expect, they get paid the base rate. If they fall below that, there's 2 different levels. There's tier 2 and tier 1. Tier 1 is like things are not going very well. If they exceed it, tier 4, that means that they're more than meeting the mark, and tier 5, essentially what we call crushing it.
Okay, and then just from my understanding, if so, going back to my 0 end, I realize we don't want calls down on the 0. But if you're, is the theory that you're finding those in the quality assurance reviews and they're getting filtered out, that, or that's how you're ensuring there aren't too many calls down on the zero, because obviously, as I said, this is smoothing it over, so.
Well, it gives an accurate representation of how Alorica is performing at any given time, in addition to the quality assurance that Mr. Bajan described when Attorney Church was up here. His team listens to calls over and above and beyond, and the supervisors who are managing the CSRs do the same thing, so that when there are performance issues, so if there's a CSR who's not meeting expectations, they are removed from our program. Does that hopefully answer the question?
It does, thank you. Okay, I just have a couple more questions. I'm gonna go to LFE 18 now. There's an Excel attachment is really what the LFE is. Once again, I don't know that you necessarily need the Excel. Want to let me know when you're ready.
Ready?
So this attachment, it shows several thousand for each month. Customers that are on MPP below budget payments that are less than $50. So I guess my question is, all of these have to go through a CAA in the below budget worksheet to get on that payment?
So these ones are not below budget worksheets.
They're
These
not
are-
below budget worksheet.
No, these are customers who their average usage unless any Connecticut Energy Assistance calculates to less than $50. Below budget worksheet, the lowest you can be is $50. These are lower than that because their usage is lower and their seep that they're getting is factored into that calculation.
Understood. Thank you. And then finally, LFE 19. Yep. And so for this one, I just have a question. You're describing the LFE was relative to EOE 61 and a customer. And you say in the LFE that they didn't provide proof of the income. When you say that here, do you mean that they, sorry, I'm trying to pull it up and it's not working. When you say that they, I'm on the May 6, 2024 one, did not provide required proof. Does that mean that they didn't provide you with anything, or that what they gave you didn't qualify? Do you know the answer to that?
Just to paraphrase the question back, Attorney White. So on the question related to EOE 61, the call in EOE 61, you're asking on May 6, 2024, did they provide proof and meant that they didn't qualify, or did they provide insufficient proof, meaning they were missing documents? I'm not sure which one that is on that one, but they didn't. That can be if they were required to provide 4 weekly pay stubs, that they only provided 1, or the way we wrote it, it was they didn't qualify. But typically, we would have written it that they didn't qualify if they provided the sufficient document and based on that didn't qualify. So this looks like they did not provide required proof, but I don't know if my colleagues have that insight on this one or not, but.
Okay. The reason it caught my attention is because literally, according to your, the next day, they pre-qualified for hardship, which is, and I know we've been having some of these discussions in other dockets, so I guess I was just trying to make sure I understood that. But and also correct my understanding if I'm remembering this incorrectly, but in May of 2024, we still had the old MPP. So that must mean that if we're in May, that the customer on May 7th had to have gotten SEEP to have qualified at that point, because we were on the 2 phases back in, we're not. I see Teresa shaking her head and I'm wrong.
We'll confer for a second.
So in 2024, customers can enroll in MPP through May 30th because the SEEP application was extended.
Okay, that's it for OCC. Thank you very much.
EOE, please.
Good morning, Athena Fiola and Attorney Wyman from EOE staff. Sorry to do this to you guys. Going back to LFE 5. Mr. Coco, your turn again. I know we touched base on this with both the authority and OCC, but can you guys take me back to the beginning? Can you tell me a little bit more about why the New Hampshire EAP is included in this breakdown? How did that start? Where did that begin?
Well, this is structure. So, when you say where did it start, where did it begin, are you inferring to like with my comments on regression testing or just in general, how did this come into the picture?
Correct, the second part.
Okay, so when Connecticut Electric, the tiering structure was introduced, the team looked at New Hampshire. New Hampshire has been in place, I could be incorrect, but between 10 to 20 years, about a decade or 2 decades. And they looked at that structure. And so they modeled some aspects of that structure that was already in place. Now, I think it's the modeling from a business standpoint, but I'll let Ms. Kane answer that. But from, as I mentioned, the logic that requires different jobs and programs to execute, they also leveraged as well. And again, the purpose of this, of trying to leverage existing capabilities or existing frameworks, it, at the end of the day, makes it more efficient for the development teams to support. And the expertise that someone would have to have knowledge on to support these, it's not different from New Hampshire or Connecticut. So if we have an issue, the core team understands where the issue is and what the variations are.
Yep, Ms. Viola, if it helps as well. So going back, there are synergies when you've got multiple companies using the same system. So if whether you're New Hampshire or Connecticut, if you're building a web payment plan portal, social agency portal, you're building the two systems to talk to each other, regardless, because you're passing the same data elements, right? The common first name, last name, address, account number, last four, the social security, depending on which things it is. So I think that was identified as a best practice in the Connecticut Pura management audit that was completed about 1.5 years ago. So this is a common and recognized best practice, and we do use that very well. It does require a little regression testing. Regression testing isn't a big piece of the total, but it's important not to forget it.
So was the original decision to include Connecticut Lighter for electric on the same shared IT system for New Hampshire, was that a company decision or did someone else make that decision for you?
We have no option. We have one source system. The system's name is C2. That's our customer information system. That is the system for customer information for Connecticut. At one point it was for Western Massachusetts, but we moved, as Mr. Lawrence mentioned, to a newer platform, as well as New Hampshire.
Okay, so does New Hampshire continue to share the cost of that IT system then, even though, do they have the potential to break out of it? Is it just solidified the two of them stay coincided unless we maybe switch to AMI and you separate the system out?
Correct. They share the support costs. And I'm sorry, the second question is if they decide.
if New Hampshire hypothetically went to AMI and they wanted to separate out, how would that be structured?
I will confer with Mr. Lawrence. However, from a technical standpoint, and there's a lot of business decisions that would be made, but from a technical standpoint, if a decision was made in approval through our business and with New Hampshire regulators, from a feasibility standpoint, yeah, it would be a big effort to replatform them away from our current CIS application.
Ms. Fiola, if it helps, so we just moved our Western Massachusetts company from our C2 customer information system over to the common Massachusetts system. That is a significant effort, but it's over $100 million so a few $1,000,000, that's a play that game all day long unless you're going with it to AMI.
I mean, feasibility. I just want to make sure.
We're going to move on to LFE 16. Thank you. In attachment 2, customer 7, that's one of my first questions, is going to be referenced. When a customer has a complaint like this, where they haven't been approved yet, or they might be missing paperwork, does the company review phone calls prior to giving a resolution to EOE? Do they review potential phone calls with the CSR to see if the correct information was given? Or is a response immediately given to EOE?
Oh, thank you. Seamus O'Brien, and nice to meet you, Attorney Fiola. I saw your name on a few of these. So we did some research. Yes, our normal practice is there complaints that you send in go to our regulatory specialists. They do work with our business teams to review the notes on the account, the calls that are coming in, and when necessary to listen to the calls to understand what was said to the customer.
And Ms. Fiola, in that specific example, for any customer who sends household income information, and my colleague, Mr. Bajan, can also supplement this, we call them back with 3 scenarios. I think we put it on the record in the last session. If they provide insufficient information, we call them. If they do not qualify, we call them. If they qualify, we call them, and then we send them a welcome letter. So that is, we do follow through when they send those documents.
Okay, so if I'm going to use the same customer as an example. Now, I don't know if that's exactly what happened since we didn't review these calls, but if the company went to review this call, and let's say hypothetically, the CSR did not explain to that customer that it needed to be, if they're paid biweekly, 2 consecutive pay stubs, or if they're paid weekly, 4 consecutive pay stubs, and or they needed the 0 affidavit for anyone over the age of 18 in the household. Would the company then deem this as a justified complaint? Would that be changed after the fact?
So if the information the customer was given was inaccurate, and we have those in a couple of our justified complaints, yes, we would consider that a justified complaint.
So when EOE sends you these forms of complaints, do you review the call if a customer says they didn't provide, a CSR didn't provide them the information?
Typically, that is what happens.
And Ms. Fiola, my colleague just supplemented. So we have the documentation that's needed cleanly available on the website. And then upon renewal, we send customers the information for specifically like how they can renew. In addition to the phone call back when we get the documents every time.
Brittany Wyman, I just am going to jump in quickly with a related but unrelated question. So in LFE 16, are resolution timeframes considered when you're determining if something is justified or unjustified complaint?
So yes, and a couple of the examples that we had included, if the customer had called us on a particular adjustment or a change to their account, and we never processed that, and they waited 2 or 3 months for that to happen, and it should have happened within, say, a reasonable period of time. Yes, we did include those in the justified.
Okay, and if you quickly look at LFE 11, Table 1, it has the contact center customer inquiry escalations, and you have several columns, and some of them are resolved within 24 hours or resolved after 24 hours. Would that factor in with those? Would this table factor in with what you just said on the resolution timeframes for justified complaints? Or is it after 24 hours could be 2 days or a month, and that's too much?
I'll try to take that one, and I'll ask my colleagues to help me if necessary. I think to your point, Attorney Wyman, I think you were exactly on, right? Like, so after 24 hours could literally be 2 days, right? And it could be that we had to get information from the credit department or the billing department, right? In terms of, so it's not necessarily means that it took, as Mr. O'Brien said, a month or 2 months when it should have been taken care of before.
Okay.
Can I ask, Ed, you said justified complaint, correct?
I may have misspoke, but yes.
Okay. Because these are 2 different processes, and I just want to make sure we're all clear on that.
Right, right. I do know that the escalations
Perfect.
are
Okay.
different. Okay, you can continue. Thank you.
Transitioning into LFE 18, attachment 1.
I'm ready.
So I noticed that there are numerous customers that are on $5, $10, $15 payments. I always thought that the minimum was $50. Can you explain to me why?
Yes. So these aren't below budget worksheets. The minimum for a below budget worksheet is $50. These are customers with just low usage. So think of it as maybe somebody in an apartment, maybe an interior apartment where they're not using a lot of gas for heat. So their monthly bills in the winter might be $50, $60 without any SEEP or without any, not on the MPP program. So when you incorporate SEEP into those calculations, it lowers their payment to below $50, and in some cases, like we see here, $5.
I've been sort of stalling because I've been looking for Mr. Kelly, and I don't know if I see him, or do I see him? Like. I missed the memo. Mr. Kruger, I just have a couple questions, really one, relating to LFE 23, and a specific customer in attachment 1 of LFE 16, customer 2. And I'm going to use customer 2 as an example, not necessarily saying that's what happened in this call, but I just want to make sure that I understand what's going on moving forward with the missed appointments.
Can I just ask a clarifying question just to make sure? So it's LFE 16 and just which attachment? I just want to
Attachment 1.
Thank you.
I apologize if I skipped that part. So this customer had a $90 payment, and the question was, in the actual answer, upon further research, the company was unable to confirm if the customer contacted the company prior to being assessed the $90 fee, as stated as their complaint. So they could not confirm if the company made an error or not. And in LFE 23, you have so kindly provided me a bunch of information about missed appointments for vendors. A lot of our questions in the last set of hearings was mostly to get at this issue of what parameters does the company have in place or is currently putting in place to assure that, oh, it was a negligent missing of an appointment by the company, not a technician, not something went wrong, or the customer did contact, there was the communication, but then they're still getting assessed a $90 fee. That's my concern.
One moment while I review attachment 1, customer 2. Thank you.
And again, I'll reiterate, they're an example. That might not have happened for them.
Understood. Thank you for the time. So we have implemented a process where we utilize analysts within the gas business to help aid the leak survey team in tracking customer communication. And we do have a process in which we have requirements for lettering and notification to customers. And we have open communication with our leak survey contractors performing these inside pipe inspections where we're actively monitoring now when we assess customers that $90 fee. So there is back and forth communication, especially when we hit that 3-letter moment with the customers who are not communicating. So there is more communication between the contractors and the company in an effort to minimize sending out that $90 assessment fee.
And if you noticed one particular vendor that the $90 fees just kept popping up, the company has something in place to look into that?
One moment. Thank you. As noted prior, with the communication between the company and the contractor who's performing the corrosion inspections, the contractor is completely independent from any fee administration. It is the company's obligation where we would evaluate and administer that fee if necessary.
Okay, thank you. Just one more second. That's all of our questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may add to something, Attorney Wyman, so I just want to add a quick comment to that, because the way you teed up that question, I wanted to point out a fact that You teed up the question, customer two being an example of if we were unable to substantiate that the customer contacted us. So this is a prime example of the approach we're taking to justify complaints. We were unable to substantiate whether the customer contacted us or not. Therefore, we erred on the side of human performance improvement and helping out the customer and identified this as a justified complaint, which means not only will it be subject to the controls that the operations folks and Mr. Kruger's organization have, but also that then flags a human performance review on our end to make sure that our processes are sound. And if there are weaknesses, I just want to make sure that was responsive as well.
No, I appreciate that addition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Attorney General. Questions? I also do not have any questions. So does the company need a moment to consider redirect?
Yes, please. I would like to step outside with the panel to consult on potential redirect.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute recess, please. It's 10:50. We'll be back at 11 a.m.
Thank you.
Attorney Pace?
Chairman, thank you for the chance to consult with my witness panel. I do have some limited redirect examination, and that's for Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, do you recall the questions you received earlier today regarding the Stella Connect data that was being referred to? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Is there any supplemental information you'd like to provide to give context to that exchange? Please proceed to provide that.
Yes, thank you. Stella was a tool. It was not a consultant or an advisor, and the tool captured the customer rating of each interaction with a CSR, each interaction between a CSR and a customer, as well as any comments that the customer left. It does not generate routine reports. So we used it to, first of all, provide a weekly and monthly average figure of how our CSRs were performing, which was then reported to leadership in other scorecards. And it's also used for supervisor drill downs with individual CSRs to provide their individual scores from their interactions and also to review the comments received from customers.
Do you recall that during the exchange this morning, you were asked a very specific question, which was, can the company provide its final Stella report? Do you have any further comments you'd like to provide on that?
Again, yeah, there was no final report. Again, it's just a tool, and so essentially the final information that we got out of Stella were those last weekly score. I'm sorry, those last monthly scores that we provided in the LFE.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Chair, that completes my redirect, but I did want to raise two administrative issues if I could. The first administrative issue is that during this morning's cross-examination of our customer panel, we were asked to provide two pieces of information. The first was a supplemental late file 5, which is a very technical request, and we will proceed to provide that. Separate from that, Attorney Church had requested what we called read-in number 1. And for administrative convenience, I'd like to find out if we could combine read-in 1 with the supplemental late file 5, and therefore just provide that in the supplemental late file 5 in written form. So I wanted to probe if Attorney Church had any objection to that approach, or if the chair had any objection to that approach.
I think there's no objections, so we can strike read in 1 and find the response in the supplement to late file exhibit 5.
Thank you, Chairman. The second administrative matter I'd like to close the loop on is this morning during the discussion of administrative matters, the chairperson asked us a question about late file 133. And specifically in late file 133, the company identified that it did receive information from Bank of America Securities Global Research. And we stated, and I quote, Bank of America denied permission to reproduce their research, close quote. And the chairperson asked me two questions. The second question was, does Yankee Gas have any objection to the production of the Bank of America information? And my response is we do not have an objection to the production of that information. We are not asserting attorney-client privilege. We are not asserting any other privilege nor any other objection. We support a full and fair record and want to be responsive to the authority. The only basis was the basis we stated, which was we contacted Bank of America and they did not grant their permission. However, we have the information in our possession. And as a regulated company, if the authority directs us to produce it, we will produce it. We'd like permission to do so under protective order and to inform Bank of America. So if they want to communicate any type of objection or position, they can do that independently, but we have no objection and we'd be happy to produce it under those terms.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Pace. So then I will accept the company's proffer and request that the Bank of America report that was responsive to late file exhibit 133 be filed. If the company wishes to do so under confidential cover, then we'll just request the protective order to accompany it, and we will review that in due course.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of a timeline, I think we were hoping to review that before that panel came up. So since it's in the company's possession, is the company able to make that filing by the end of today?
I will talk with our administrative team at the lunch break, but it's very clear that the authority wants it by the end of the day. And I will talk about that with our team at the lunch break.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I believe we can excuse this panel. Thank you. And move into our clean technology and future of gas panel. Okay, Attorney Tisler.
Thank you. For this morning's Clean Technology and Future of Gas panel, we have added Douglas Horton, Marissa Peruta, Michael Shelnitz, and Garrett Murray to the panel, in addition to the original panel members, Nikki Bruno, Julia Day, and Claire Connolly. Good morning to the panel. Would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record, starting with Ms. Day?
My name is Julia Day. I'm the Director of Gas System Engineering for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Good morning. My name is Nikki Bruno. I'm the Vice President of Clean Technologies for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Good morning. I'm Doug Horton. I'm the Vice President of Distribution Rates and Regulatory Requirements for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Hello, I'm Claire Connolly, Director of Sustainability and Climate for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Garrett Murray, Manager of Revenue Requirements in Connecticut for Eversource Energy Service Company.
My name is Michael Shelnitz. I am Manager of Revenue Requirements for Connecticut, employed by Eversource Energy Service Company.
Good morning, Marissa Peruta, Director of Revenue Requirements in Connecticut and employed by Eversource Energy Service Company.
Thank you. To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of evidentiary hearings in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified?
No.
Okay. Do you adopt your late filed exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. Peruta, Mr. Shelnitz, and Mr. Garrett, as part of your preparation for this hearing, did you also prepare supplemental and revised interrogatory responses, RRU-265-SB02, RRU-070-SB03, OCC-125-RV01, and RRU-025-SP03?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your supplemental or revised interrogatory responses?
No.
You adopt your supplemental and revised interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Day, as part of your preparation for this hearing, did you also prepare supplemental interrogatory response ENG-001-SB05?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your supplemental interrogatory responses?
No.
Do you adopt your supplemental interrogatory response as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll begin cross by the OCC, please.
Morning, panel. Allison McCorney for the Office of Consumer Counsel. Just have a couple of questions. Looking at LFE 28, the answer notes that the rate year payroll expense for the clean technology organization is $212,490. Is that inclusive of the $43,141 in benefits?
No, it is not. The benefits is incremental to that.
Okay, thank you. The response also notes that the staff is developing a future business plan for networked geothermal development. So would part of the rate year expense be supporting that work?
Yes.
Turning to LFE 29. It's noted that the networked geothermal proposal in this case is beginning a formal dialogue with PURA about whether a networked geothermal system concept for new construction would be desirable for further development with Connecticut's energy policy context. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the company hasn't made any investments in a geothermal pilot pending the results of that discussion?
In Connecticut is what you're asking? Okay, just for clarification. Thank you. So no, we have not made any investments in the state of Connecticut regarding an actual geothermal pilot.
Okay. The sort of point being that the company wants to ensure that that project would see regulatory support. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So given that uncertainty, why does the company propose that ratepayers should fund the rate year payroll expense associated with networked geothermal development?
I'll begin to answer that question, and I'll look to my colleagues to add anything that they might like to augment the response. So the typical, I think we kind of heard a little bit earlier in some of the discussions about the IT project. So there is a development timeline that is required to lay the groundwork for such a project, especially since it would be the first or one of the first in Connecticut and the first, as I know it today, by any utility taking on this type of endeavor. And so there's a lot of education, learning, training for a staff like mine to undertake this type of project to ensure that when we are going forward and going to customers and communities, that they trust the project, they trust the execution team and our basis for knowledge and our staff. And so the work that we have done in Massachusetts, we actually think is a good benefit to Connecticut because sometimes being second is good because you can carry those learnings over and you don't have to reinvent everything. What we're saying here, though, to your question, is that there has been a lot of work in accumulating knowledge on geothermal that can be transferred to Connecticut. And so that's why these expenses are included.
Just a minute to confer.
One other point that I think is very important, the department DEEP had asked for a lot of help in developing their yet to be released comprehensive energy strategy as of late on technologies such as geothermal, RNG, hydrogen. And so our team did a lot of work in helping to provide facts, data, et cetera, in support of that. So that work was also included in the charges that are being accounted for in this request, or this answer rather. And if we got regulatory feedback that the state of Connecticut did not want to pursue something like this, then we could look at not charging if that was not of interest. But again, pointing to the policy, the desire for electrification and decarbonization, we're trying to keep pace with what the state policies want, and we'll look to further guidance from Europe.
Okay, thank you.
Pascal and Poku, still on LFE 28. You also note in LFE 28 that the Clean Technologies Organization handles decarbonized molecule opportunities involving clean hydrogen. Is that correct?
Yes.
So on page 2, it goes further to discuss the early stage development and engagement to advance a clean hydrogen opportunity ultimately that did not move forward, right? Is that correct?
Not by my read of the answer on page, are you on
Page 2,
of LFE
28.
28? Excuse me 1 minute while I get to that. I'm flipping. Okay, I'm there. Thank you.
So within that page, you discuss that with regards to the clean hydrogen, the early stage development and engagement to advance a clean hydrogen opportunity ultimately did not move forward. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does Yankee have any hydrogen customers?
No, we do not have any hydrogen customers currently.
Okay, so there hasn't been any capital spent on hydrogen readiness, even with absent end users.
Could you repeat that last piece? Absent end
Yeah, so-
uses?
Yes, including an absent end users with regards to if there's been any capital spent on getting ready for potential hydrogen customers.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start by responding, saying that in prior discovery responses that we filed, we noted that there's been federal and state level grants that have been available. And so in the context of prudency for any sort of cost that we would look to undertake, even in the evaluation stage, at the time that this clean hydrogen project was being developed, there was a large effort nationally for the hydrogen hub shot that the Department of Energy was offering. And that was a regional opportunity whereby hydrogen hubs were proposed jointly, and sometimes across many states, with multiple connected projects. And so the opportunity referenced here and further described in the testimony that I supported or provided was the Northeast Hydrogen Hub. And it was an opportunity that we initially talked about with DEEP as the policy leads around hydrogen. Ultimately, at the time, they did not feel like they were able to support it as a project moving forward. However, in parallel, we were building the case. They wanted to understand what end uses might look like and how it might dovetail with other initiatives that the state of Connecticut was undertaking, such as the Hydrogen Task Force, things like that. So we had initial conversations with customers, specifically our large commercial and industrial end users who, for who this may be a complement to any electrification efforts that they might undertake. So those conversations were had, but unfortunately, the hydrogen hub in the Northeast did not get selected, was not moving forward, and so we shuttered the project.
What about renewable natural gas? Are there any Yankee customers being served with that product currently?
Currently, there are not. Again, as I mentioned in the evidentiary hearings, we're in active discussions with developers, but unfortunately have yet to materialize anything to submit for evaluation in a formal filing sense. But our team, again, is understanding the technology, understanding the impacts that it may have on our system. Just like I said, a smaller dedicated team, just so that we're ready in the event that customers, developers, or suppliers come to us and would look to flow things like RNG or potentially clean hydrogen.
Okay. Just to follow back from what you just said in preparing for future developments and investments in RNG, are there any pipeline upgrades or system modifications that have been planned for RNG compatibility?
I'm going to take a moment to just locate the response that I had filed to this effect. 1 minute. I can locate the actual response, but just the context is still the same. So from an RNG standpoint, we talked a little bit about this, I believe, earlier. Actually, the state of Connecticut has done a great thing in that it's released gas quality specifications so that we've been able to understand how or if that even impacts our existing system assets. And right now, we believe that we could handle the gas RNG specific without major modifications. I'll qualify that to say that it depends on where the source of supply of RNG is coming from. So if it's at a location where we don't readily have, say, an interconnection point, we may have to build an interconnection point to receive that gas. But in terms of flowing the RNG, if it's like commingled with our typical composition of methane gas, we wouldn't have to necessarily replace pipe in order to flow that on the system. Something like hydrogen is where it gets trickier on that front. And so we would have to make sure that we're evaluating any sort of blending. And I think that's why generally as a position for Eversource, we're very careful to say we're not really undertaking hydrogen blending at this time because we'd have to evaluate a myriad of other things. But RNG, we do feel comfortable, qualified, of course, that we could flow that on our system today.
The only thing I'd like to add there is that we do think about it, but it doesn't necessarily drive our decision. So even with blended hydrogen, we've moved to kind of a consolidated standard plastic, the high density polyethylene, away from kind of a mix of high density polyethylene and medium density polyethylene. And the reasons for that weren't driven by hydrogen. They were more about cost efficiency, human performance, making sure that people weren't accidentally mixing up what type of plastic fitting they were supposed to use. But, we did note in our documentation that HDPE can support blended hydrogen. It doesn't embrittle the plastic.
Thank you. Still on LFE 28. So you mentioned earlier that the team supports agencies like DEEP, and you cited data that was, I think, transmitted between you and the agency. You discussed this in a little earlier too, but is there anything to add about the specific ways that, aside the data sharing, that you cooperate or you support DEEP?
Sure. It's certainly on an as-needed basis, but I'll use the comprehensive energy strategies I believe they were termed public sessions or public hearings around various topics. They were actually technical sessions. So for example, DEEP held a technical session on geothermal. And so we not only provided information kind of in the back office manner, but we also presented at that and were able to field questions based on our experience in Massachusetts. So we have told and not just DEEP, but if there are other agencies or groups that we can help either educate or brainstorm with on some of these cleaner technologies, we're happy to do that. And so we could show up in a myriad of ways, such as presenting, meeting with key stakeholders or agencies, in addition to, talking about best practices or lessons learned, data analysis. And we expect this to evolve as we go through more and more of the phases of our pilot in Massachusetts to be able to share that much more.
Thank you. Still on LFE 28. I think there's a decarbonized infrastructure, and forgive me if you've already explained or defined what that means, but could you clarify what technologies are included in that term?
Is this in the third paragraph there? Decarbonization infrastructure projects.
I believe so.
Okay, I'll read the line here. The small dedicated team responsible for developing and delivering complex utility scale decarbonization infrastructure projects. Is that the reference?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what I mean by that is, and maybe geothermal is an easy visual or kind of example of this. So, to develop the policy and the strategy around decarbonization is certainly a large undertaking. And our team, as I've talked about in here and verbally, is involved in that discussion. And then there's an execution component, right? So how are we actually going to effectuate those policies? So for example, with geothermal, we're actually installing the pipe, the bore field, the pump house, so that customers could actually take physical service from us, geothermal service. So that's what I mean by the infrastructure needed. And it does vary from technology to technology, but that's what I'm talking about.
Thanks, Ms. Bruno. You also know that the compensation and staffing associated with this organization reflects direct labor for decarbonized infrastructure delivery that you just mentioned. What decarbonized infrastructure has been delivered as of now?
As we've mentioned in past responses and in the dialogue and the evidentiary hearings, we don't, decarbonized infrastructure delivered is a costly endeavor. And we do not want to spend money on something that is not supported in the state. So what we have been working on and the costs attributed from my organization from a strategic standpoint were what I was delivering or we were delivering to Connecticut. So I think that the developing word is key here, right? So we develop and we deliver. So we're I would say, in developing stage in Connecticut for all the reasons I mentioned prior.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Don't believe authority staff. EOE. Attorney General. Thank you, Commissioner Gay.
No questions.
I do not have questions either. Does the company need a moment to consider redirect?
Yes, please. I would like a chance to consult with the panel. Thank you. Thank you again for the chance to consult. I do have some limited redirect examination for this panel. And Ms. Bruno, do you recall the exchange earlier this morning where you received questions from counsel for the OCC regarding late file 28, where he asked to address the proposal in the rate year to recover $212,000 for salaries allocated by the clean technology portion of the company to Connecticut customers? Do you recall that exchange?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall receiving a number of questions about what's the focus and role and work for that clean tech organization? Do you recall that exchange?
Yes.
So if we now drill down into some specifics, is it the company's expectation that when DEEP conducts its upcoming comprehensive energy strategy, there's an expectation they'll be looking at the future of natural gas?
Yes, it is my expectation that the future of gas in some form or fashion will come up.
And if the state of Connecticut, through that forum, looks at the issue of the future of natural gas, what role would you expect the Clean Technologies Organization to play in that proceeding?
I expect that my organization would play a lead role.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to other endeavors that the Clean Technology Organization is involved in. Is it accurate to state that the Clean Technology Organization is currently in discussions with one or more developers here in the state of Connecticut for anaerobic digestion projects?
Yes, that's correct. I had in prior discussions in the evidentiary hearings, I had mentioned RNG or anaerobic digestion projects that we're in discussions with.
And do you also recall that there have been discussions earlier in this docket regarding potential non-pipeline alternatives, which would mean solutions beyond traditional current day-to-day solutions for dealing with natural gas and other infrastructure needs? Do you recall those discussions?
I do.
And if there were to be support by the state of Connecticut for examining non-pipeline alternatives, what role would you expect the Clean Technology Organization would play in that type of analysis and work?
Similar to your earlier questions, I would expect we would play an integral role.
Is there anything further you'd like to add regarding the questions you received about the expected role of the Clean Technology Organization here in the state of Connecticut during the rate year?
Yes, I would just like to add one point, which is in the natural progression of business development or project development, the development piece can sometimes be long lead and also requires work, labor, staff, et cetera, in order to keep pace. And in this case, with the goals about emissions reductions in the state of Connecticut, in order to keep pace and be ready for whatever may come on the decarbonization front, which we know will be coming, that development timeline is incredibly important, and my team is the team that would support that.
And if you were directed to disband that team and then have to remobilize them because the state of Connecticut concluded they wanted to be able to leverage that benefits, is that something you could be able to do easily, or does it take time to develop a team with the technology and experience that the company currently has in their clean tech organization?
It would take time to remobilize or to mobilize a team that's not already available today.
Thank you very much. That concludes my redirect examination for this panel.
Thank you. This panel is excused, and we will summon the company's employee benefits and compensation panel, please. Okay, Attorney Tisler, please.
Thank you. We have the Employee Benefits and Compensation Panel. For this panel, we've added the following members, all previously sworn: Christopher Lee, David Coco, Marissa Peruto, Michael Shelnitz, and Garrett Murray. In addition, today we have Sarah Gilson, who has not been previously sworn. She will be adopting the late file exhibits of Sasha Lazor. So to the panel, good morning. Would each of you please?
Oh, I apologize, Attorney Tisler. So she has not been sworn.
Right, she will need to be.
Oh, okay.
sworn in,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
To the panel, would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record? Starting with Ms. O'Connor, please.
Kara O'Connor, Director of Benefit Strategy.
Sarah Gilson, Compensation Manager, Eversource Energy Company.
Marianne Eichler, Director HR Consulting, Eversource Service Company.
Donna Gricci, Vice President of Talent and Culture, Eversource Energy Service Company.
Marissa Peruto, Director of Revenue Requirements for Connecticut, employed by Eversource Energy Service Company.
Garrett Murray, Manager, Revenue Requirements, Connecticut for Eversource Energy Services Company.
Michael Shelnitz, Manager of Revenue Requirements for Connecticut, employed by Eversource Energy Service Company.
Claire Connolly, Director of Sustainability and Climate for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Teresa Hopkins Staton, Vice President of Corporate Citizenship and Equity for Eversource Energy Services Company.
Jennifer Rizza, Senior Manager, Investment Strategy and Portfolio Management.
David Coco, Director of IT for Business Solutions of Eversource Energy Service Company.
Chris Lee, Vice President, Chief Information Security Officer, Eversource Service Company.
Could we now please have Ms. Gilson sworn in?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Gilson, if you could please raise your right hand at the conclusion of the oath, if you can acknowledge by stating I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Attorney Tisler.
Ms. Gilson, for purposes of admission to the record, do you adopt the materials of Sasha Lazor specifically regarding employee benefits and compensation and certain late file exhibits, specifically the exhibits LFE 37, LFE 38, LFE 39, LFE 46, LFE 47, LFE 51, LFE 55, and LFE 130?
Yes.
To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of evidentiary hearings in this case? Do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified?
No.
No.
Do you adopt your late filed exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Rizza, as part of your preparation for this hearing, did you also prepare revised interrogatory response RU-210-RV01?
Yes.
And Ms. O'Connor, as part of your preparation for this hearing, did you also prepare supplemental interrogatory response OCC-303-SB01?
Yes.
And do either of you have any corrections or clarifications to your supplemental interrogatory responses?
No.
Do you both adopt your supplemental responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll begin cross of this panel by the authority staff, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. My name's Kate Keenan. I'm a Pura staff attorney. And I'm going to start with some questions regarding late filed exhibit 34, attachment 1. Please let me know when you've pulled that up.
Yes, I have that.
On Excel row 1509, the company reports that the number of ESCO positions allocated to Yankee is 2,464, not 4,007. Could you please explain the difference in the two numbers?
Yes, so the difference would represent those that have zero allocation to Yankee Gas. So there's numerous positions which do not charge at all. So those are not reflected here. This attachment only reflects those positions that have a portion of their time allocated to Yankee.
I believe there are a few positions on this list that have a 0% allocation as well.
If there were, it would probably be rounding. It would probably be beyond 2 decimals.
Okay, thank you. And also, when I add up the percentages of the positions allocated to Yankee, it equals 142.98, so almost 143 positions, not 284. Can you explain the difference between those numbers?
I'm sorry, what are you referencing?
When I'm adding up the percentages of the positions allocated to Yankee,
So are you saying you're taking the position itself and saying, for example, line 1 is 7.64%, so that would represent 0.07 of a position?
of an FTE.
Of an FTE, and then you're adding all those up. So what the company, and you're referring to, I believe, a prior response where we showed ESCO positions in total, and we applied 7.1% to get to the approximately 280 positions.
Yes, I believe you testified at the evidentiary hearings that the FTE equivalent of the positions allocated to Yankee is 284 FTEs.
Yes, so that calculation, so we're looking at two different calculations here. So the calculation which we testified to previously was just done for purposes of being responsive to that request. So we do not look at positions to say one ESCO FTE represents one FTE at Yankee Gas or 0.07% of a position at Yankee Gas. So what we did in order to be responsive in that response was we took the level of FTEs, and in this case for the test year was 4,007, and we took the allocated portion of payroll from the service company to Yankee Gas, which was approximately, I believe it was 7.1%. I do think I have that. 1 second.
I am familiar with the 7.1%. So I know where it is in the record. There's no need.
Okay, so yeah, so that's what we applied to just be responsive to the question as a representative level that would be allocated from service company to Yankee for purposes of responding to that question.
Is there a reason why you included 4,007 positions when you applied the 7.1% versus only including the positions that are actually allocated to Yankee?
Yeah, because when we were doing that calculation, we were looking at total service company payroll, which is inclusive of all FTEs. And then we were looking at the portion that was allocated to Yankee Gas. So that first number, the denominator, for example, that included all payroll allocated out by the service company. So therefore, when you're looking at that ratio of Yankee Gas to total service company, you have to apply that to the total service company full-time employees.
Okay, thank you. I'd now like to ask some questions regarding the positions listed in attachment 1 of late file exhibit 34. And my first question is regarding Excel rows 100 to 103. It's the Comp, Trans plus Renewable Markets Department. What is that department's role? What work do they do?
Just need to confer for one moment. We could try to read that in. I don't think we have that information as specific to line items as to what each of these roles performs. But I can't, if your question is leading towards why would 2.52% of their time be allocated, I think one thing that's really important, what we as a company have, and we provided that as audit 1-15 attachment 3, we have a time reporting policy which requires direct charging of employees' time where applicable. So to the extent an employee is working directly on a Yankee Gas initiative, so for example, today in these hearings, we're working on a Yankee Gas rate case, we would charge our time to Yankee Gas. Where it's not possible to assign directly to an operating company, the time reporting policy requires you to choose a rate code, which is an allocator amongst companies that would be reflective, generally reflective of your time spent on that more generalized initiative. So to the extent this team has 2.52% of their time charged to Yankee, which is the actual portion of their time charged in 2023, our test year, it would be charged by those individuals. And then a supervisor manager, their direct supervisor would approve that, would review and approve that time to ensure they were properly charging any time, either direct or through allocators to Yankee Gas.
And you know, for each of these positions, whether it was a direct charge or it was allocated?
I don't have that information. 1 second, please. Okay, so I actually can, we spoke with the CCC owner and for this particular one, they were direct charging. They worked specifically on geothermal and hydrogen opportunities that were being discussed within the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. My next question is regarding the 08Y distributed generation plus director department. It's Excel rows 123 to 129.
Yep, I'm there.
What is the role of that department?
I think similarly, we'd need to read that in. I don't have what each of these positions performed in the test year in order to allocate their time, but just to reiterate once again, these employees are charging their time based on our time reporting policy that we provided on the record, and they're subsequently approved by their direct supervisor when they review their time to ensure that either they're direct charging or allocating their time appropriately to each of the operating companies.
Does Yankee have distributed generation on its system?
One second, please. And just so I understand the question was, does Yankee Gas have any distributed generation on its system?
How does distributed generation apply to or relate to Yankee Gas?
Okay, let's take a read in on that one. I think we can get an answer. I think we may have an answer, but I just want to confirm 'cause it's a little bit outside my wheelhouse.
I understand. I'm wondering how to do this because I have quite a few positions or departments that I would like to ask you for information. I'm not sure the best way to obtain this information.
If you call them out, what we can do is have the teams contact the departments to determine their 2023 services provided to Yankee Gas. Remember, most of these where you see tiny percentages is direct charge. It's completely outside their core business responsibilities. It's not in their default work orders. It's not part of their ordinary course of business, most likely, of course, subject to check, because you may have some areas where you have like a C04 common allocator and it's included in there and it'll be a smaller percentage. But in cases where you have like 0.02, those are cases where someone's probably charging 2-3 hours to Yankee Gas. So if you can give us the 3-digit code, which is the cost control center, we'll have our teams contact those cost control center owners, look back to 2023 and see the work that was performed.
Can I just clarify and to make sure we get Ms. Keenan what she needs? Maybe the most helpful thing for us would be if she could identify the row numbers, right? Because she identified, for example, with this one, Excel rows 123, I think to 129, which all roll under distributed generation. If that's not too burdensome, we could just simply have her recite into the record the rows for which she wants information, and we'll commit to give that in a read-in, if that would be acceptable to Attorney Keenan.
That would be helpful. And I'll go through, if it's okay, one by one, because I do have maybe some other questions. And it also would be helpful to know, like, for example, the information you provided regarding the comp transit plus renewable markets position, what they worked on. That would be helpful if possible. Okay, my next question is regarding, it's Excel rows 133 to 137. It's the Supplier Services Department. And I would like to know what the role of the Supplier Services Department is. Based on some of the positions, I'm thinking it's a third-party electric suppliers.
Yep, we have that.
What is the role of the Supplier Services Department?
Yeah.
Okay. The next is Excel rows 214 to 216. It's the MA Credit Plus Collections Department.
Got it.
And I have a question. The next one is regarding Excel rows 225 to 228. I just have a question regarding what FCS stands for. It's the FCS Administration Department.
And I was just going to offer, for efficiency reasons, I'm fine with the approach of having Attorney Keenan just continue to recite the rows, and then in that one consolidated read-in, we can provide the information if that works. Sure, go ahead, Mr. Coco.
So was the question is, what is the acronym FCS? FCS stands for, with regards to meter and operations, because I just had a reference diagram, looked at its Fields Connect system. But I'd also, if possible, if we do need to read, and I have that question, but it is FCS with regards to metering is Fields Connect system.
Thank you. Okay, my next question is, does Yankee have advanced metering infrastructure or AMI meters?
And actually, before we jump to that response, I just want to make sure Does the chair want us to classify that as read-in number 2? Or I know read-in 1 had been rolled into the late file supplement, so I just want to make sure we call it the right thing.
Thank you. Yes, we will be referring to this as read-in 2.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just see one minute. So there are some metering differences subject to check. That's what I was looking up. There is no AMI at Yankee Gas in terms of like the new deployment of the AMI.
Okay, thank you. So can we add to the list of the read-in Excel rows 252 to 257? It's the 5 positions in the SVP Customer Ops plus DIG CCO department.
Yes, we can add that. Thank you.
The next one is Excel rows 360 to 366, which is the 9 positions in the 145 Revenue Rec MA Service Company department.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You said 360 to 366?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that one. So we did use that as an example in our written response to this late file. So I can speak directly to this one. So these are essentially our counterparts in Massachusetts who do revenue requirement work, similar to what we're testifying here to today. And specific to that team, there was 2 individuals who worked in our team specifically lost an individual. So we supplemented our staff with Massachusetts revenue requirements folks who had the knowledge, who could easily step into that position, perform the work with limited guidance, and be extremely cost efficient, which is why we have a service company structure, because we are able to utilize individuals in different states. Is that
Okay. And they'll be providing this in the rate year as well?
Yeah, so our expectation is that back and forth happens regularly. There's ebb and flow where Massachusetts assists Connecticut, whether it's Yankee, CLMP, or other operating companies. Also vice versa. Connecticut has helped in New Hampshire cases, Massachusetts cases, and that would be reflected, for example, in the Connecticut allocation here. And to the extent our team worked on any Massachusetts or New Hampshire cases, our representative level of costs allocated to Yankee Gas would be reduced for that effect. So the answer is yes, we do expect that ebb and flow, the assistance between operating companies and states to happen regularly throughout this year, next year, and into the rate year.
And I noticed that for each of these positions, the allocation is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Does that mean that it was not a direct time allocation?
No. So we tried to clarify this. This is where the analysis of how we calculate payroll expense comes into play. So when we look at the payroll expense, which is Schedule C 3.37 in our cost of service, we first look at actual salaries by individual as of a point in time. And that's important. So that point in time is December 31st of 2023, which is the end of our test year. So throughout that calendar year, 2023, positions can fluctuate. People can be hired, people can leave. So what we do is we look at an overall CCC level of those salaries, and then we look at how much of that CCC, so a CCC is a cost control center. It's generally a group or a small organization. For example, Marissa, myself, Mike, we have a small team. We're under one CCC 143. When we look at the CCC in totality, we look at how much of that CCC charged in total, and we compare how much was allocated to Yankee Gas in total. So specifically for this CCC, we did break it down for our example. And what we saw was out of, I believe it was 8 employees, there was 2 individuals only that charged Yankee Gas out of that CCC. But when you look at in totality, the sum of all their salaries and the allocated portion, that's where you get the 0.76%. Mathematically, it's identical and get you identical results to if you were to look at specific positions and say instead of 0.76 of all these positions, you would get 7% of one position, 0% of another position. Mathematically, you get to the same spot. But we do this on a CCC basis because CCCs generally throughout a year are consistent. RCC has been in existence for quite a long time. Positions, they fluctuate throughout a year frequently. So it's very difficult to look at individual positions and say how much of this position was allocated each year.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just confirm that we do not need to provide the data for rows 360 to 66 and read in 2? Is that acceptable, Ms. Keenan?
That's fine.
Thank you.
My next department is Excel rows 486 to 517. It's the gas clean technologies customer thermal solutions. Is this the same as the clean energy team discussed in late file exhibit 28?
I'm sorry, could you just say that reference again? I seem to be off with the line referencing on my exhibit. I just conferred with my colleague and
Let me double
both
check.
off.
I have 488 to 517.
Yes, okay. Okay, sorry. I thought you said 486. Okay, I'm with you. Thank you.
I might have. And so this is the gas clean technologies customer thermal solutions department. I guess my first question is this the same department as the clean energy team that was referred to in late file exhibit 28?
So I would say partially, and when we look at these CCCs, the CCC 1CG is the specific clean technology CCC. I will say with one, the director there has a different role under that CCC. So the manager under that CCC reports directly to the vice president, Ms. Bruno, who testified earlier. So the 1CG represents the distinct clean technologies, but Ms. Bruno does have a much wider, broad oversight of other gas-related activities that are not related to clean technologies. This is her entirety of the organization.
Okay. So I'd like to add this to the read-in to list. And if it would be possible, there's subsets in the larger group. For example, there's a strategic sales EGMA department, and then there's a first strategic sales CT. It'd be helpful to know what each of those subgroups did as well.
Okay, yes, we can get you that.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, Mr. Murray, I just want to make sure, do you understand which rows are being referred to? I know where we start at 488. I just want to confirm where it ends in terms of, just to make sure it's clear for the record and the scope of reading 2.
Yes, I have 488 through 517.
Thank you. Next is rows 622 to 630. It's the 1PF Gas Project Engineering MA Legacy Department.
We have that.
Thank you. Next is Excel rows 745 to 750. It's the 4CR Community Relations MA Department or group.
Okay.
And the next is Excel rows 751 to 754. It's the 5CR Community Relations -NH Department.
Yes.
Next is Excel rows 758 to 782. It's the 28 positions in the Grid Modernization Department.
Okay.
And then I have a question regarding Excel row 1072, what SOX stands for.
I'm sorry, is that 1072? Is that correct?
1072?
Oh, that's Sarbanes-Oxley.
Okay, so I'd like a description of what that position did as well. If we could add that to read into.
Can actually provide that. This manager is the Sarbanes-Oxley manager who oversees all of the controls across the organization that are related to internal controls over the financial reporting of all the operating companies. So that allocation of the 5% roughly, that is the work performed likely either based on a common or causal allocator for the work that that manager and the team is performing in order to ensure that the internal controls over financial reporting for Yankee Gas are in accordance with the SOX controls, but also providing that underlying SOX control environment ultimately to ensure that the audited financial statements are accurate and with reasonable assurance are materially accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, and just to conclude, as a result of that response by Ms. Peruta, we don't need to include information on row 1072?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Excel rows 1091 to 1094. It's 13L budgets plus invest plan. And I'm trying to understand what they do, what this group does versus the 1QT budgets plus invest plan / gas department. And that's the 1QT budgets plus invest plan gas department is Excel rows 1095 to 1099.
Okay.
Thank you. Next is Excel rows 1201 to 1204. It's the O2E ENV plus green energy PROJ department.
Got that.
Next is Excel rows 1307 to 1311. My first question is, this is regarding the electric ops plus ENG group. Does that electric ops plus ENG stand for electric operations and engineering?
The title states safety dash electric operations and engineering.
I'd like to add that to the read into, please.
Will do.
That group. My next question is, does Yankee have any substations as part of its gas distribution system? And I'm asking this because if you look at Excel rows 1356 to 1363, and then 1393 to 1397, and 1398 to 1409, there's the 1 TD substation automation department, the substation design engineering department, and then 24 positions in the substation technical engineering department. So I'd like to add that to the list.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't get all of those. I started 1356.
1356 to 1363, and that's the 1 TD substation automation department.
Yes.
And then there's 1393 to 1397, and that's the substation design engineering department. And then the last one's 1398 to 1409, and that's the substation technical engineering department.
Got it.
Thank you.
I have one more. Excel row 1439 to 1441, and that's the N59 electric training support department.
Got it.
Thank you. I'm also going to ask for an LFE supplement to attachment 1 of late file exhibit 34. And specifically, I would like the company to provide the following information regarding certain positions listed in attachment 1 of late file exhibit 34, which I'll identify shortly. And the additional information I would like is as follows. I'll wait till she pulls. Thank you. So in column E, I would like for the specific positions I'm going to identify shortly, the company to provide the total salary for the position. In column F, I'd like the company to provide the amount of the position's total salary that ESCO allocates to Yankee in the rate year. In column G, I'd like the company to provide the amount of the position's total 401k expense that ESCO allocates to Yankee. And then lastly, in column H, I would like the company to provide the amount of the position's total healthcare expense that ESCO allocates to Yankee. And please include whether the employee holding the position opts out of healthcare benefits, is ineligible for healthcare benefits, or is excluded as the employee is an energy efficiency position. And when you're ready, I can run through the positions for which I would like this information.
Yeah, I think the total salary and the total salary allocated to Yankee Gas, that we can definitely provide. I don't know the level of detail we have because this is a position as of a point in time. I just don't know, like, what we don't set the cost of service for the rate year by position. So I don't know that we have the detail of like a 401k expense per position that we've included in the rate year.
Okay.
And same with healthcare. We don't look at it from a employee. I don't know if we can, let me confer with my colleagues, please, for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did confirm, so we don't calculate the rate year by employee, but we did file in 2 late files the average cost per employee for 401k and for benefits. So we could utilize that to try to be responsive
Okay.
to the authority, if that's acceptable.
And will you be able to identify whether these, for the benefits, whether they're ineligible or I think energy efficiency positions?
If they're listed in this listing, they wouldn't be energy efficiency positions because those are fully tracked. So those would be under that category you were referring to earlier, where there's a difference between 4,007 and the amount of positions here. Those positions are not part of this response, as they do not get put into base distribution rates because they're separately recovered through the conservation adjustment mechanism.
Okay.
So those positions wouldn't be applicable, but for the very, very limited positions that would not be able to take benefits, I think it was a handful of positions. I don't think we would be able to identify those specific to any particular position in this listing. So we would have to just utilize the responses filed for both 401k expense and healthcare benefits as an approximation for the cost related to each of those positions that you'll identify that was allocated to Yankee Gas.
Okay, thank you. So on the screen is attachment 1, and all I've done is I've highlighted in yellow the positions for which I'd like you to provide the information we just discussed. And the first is Excel rows 100 to 103. And it's the comp trans plus renewable markets positions. Next, if you could provide it for Excel rows 109 to 111, it's the 2 positions in the 448 Board of Trustees Department. Third one is rows 123 to 129. It's the 12 positions in the 08Y Distributed Generation Plus Director Department. Next is Excel rows 133 to 137, and those are the 7 positions in the Supplier Services Department that are allocated to Yankee.
Just to confirm, we're noticing there's the questions and then the second ask, they're the same departments, correct? Because I'm seeing that they're all part of the first set of questions you requested on read-in, is that correct?
These are slightly different. These might include other.
Correct, yeah. We're seeing some are the same and some aren't. So, okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to confirm. Thank you, because I saw you skipped a few. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Not that I'm asking for more work.
Okay, let's see. So you heard me say the Excel rows 133 to 137. Excel rows 214 to 216. Lines 252 to 257. These are the 5 positions in the SVP Customer Ops plus DIG CCO department. Next is Excel rows 360 to 366. These are I don't need this. We can skip this one based on your previous response. Excel rows 376 or Excel row. The Director, Corporate Regulatory, Financial Policy and Investor Relations position. Excel rows 488 to 517. And these are the 54 positions in the Gas Clean Technologies / Customer Thermal Solutions Department. Excel rows 622 to 630, which are the 15 positions in the IPE Gas Project Engineering MA Legacy Department. Excel rows 745 to 750. These are the 9 positions in the 4CR Community Relations MA Department. Excel rows 751 to 754, which are the 5 positions in the 5CR Community Relations NH Department. Next is line 758 to 782, which are the 28 positions in the Grid Modernization Department. Line 1072, which is the Manager SOX position. Rows 1091 to 1094, the 4 positions in the 13L Budgets plus Investment Plan Department. Excel rows 1105 to 1108, which are the 2 positions in the Investor Relations Department. Excel rows 1201 to 1204, which are the 5 positions in the O2E Environment plus Green Energy Proj Department. Lines are Excel rows 1307 to 1311, which are the 19 positions in the Electric Ops and Engineering Department. Excel rows 1356 to 1363, which are the 10 positions in the 1TD Substation Automation Department. Let me know if I'm going too quick. Next is Excel rows 1393 to 1397. It's the 4 positions in the Substation Design Engineering Department. Excel rows 1398 to 1409, and that's the 24 positions in the Substation Technical Engineering Department. And lastly, lines 1439 to 1441, which are the 10 positions in the N59 Electric Training Support Department.
We have it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think this is a good time to take our lunch break. Assuming that there are no questions on that requested supplement. So we'd read in 2 and then a supplement to LFE 34 attachment 1. So if there are no questions, we'll pause here for our lunch break. We will reconvene at 1:15. Attorney Pace?
Yes, Chairman, I had two administrative matters. So the first is earlier today, you had asked the company if we could provide the Bank of America information as a supplement to late file 133 and company file it by the end of the day, and the answer was yes.
Okay.
So we will proceed to submit that information. It will be pursuant to a motion for protective order, and we have notified Bank of America, and they can elect to provide whatever information they want to. But again, we are not asserting any type of objection. We are providing the information.
Thank you.
The second point I'd like to respond to is we had a chance to talk about this at the lunch break. So right before we broke for lunch, we had a discussion about the supplement the company would file to late file 34 attachment 1, where Attorney Keenan had shown on the screen information she was looking for. We're happy to do that. We can do that. We will do that. The piece that we talked about in a little bit more detail was we also had agreed in connection with late file 34 attachment 1 to give some additional information through a read-in, and we marked that as read-in number 2. I'd like for Mr. Murray to please explain why we'd like permission to submit that, but in writing and in a supplement to the late file. So if I have your permission, could Mr. Murray explain how we'd like to provide that information that we initially said would be in read-in 2 as part of that late file supplement? So Mr. Murray, could you please provide the explanation?
Yes, of course. As Mr. Pace said, we certainly can provide the information. We will provide the information. But when we looked at the listing, there's quite a large listing of the CCCs that were requested for specific roles and what the reasoning was behind the allocated time to Yankee Gas. So it's going to take us a little bit of time. As I mentioned in my previous testimony, we look at the allocated time based on CCC and not by individual person. And when you look at certain CCCs, generally, if it's a very small percentage that's allocated to Yankee Gas, it does reflect that it might be a single individual allocating their time or direct charging their time to Yankee Gas. So it's going to take us a little bit of time to figure out back in 2023, the exact reasoning why those charges were allocated, but we can do that and we will provide that. It's just going to take time, which we would need to provide as a supplement. I can also provide one example to ensure that what we will provide as part of that supplement will be helpful and useful to the authority. If that's helpful, would you like me to do that? So you had referenced lines 1091 of the Excel document, which was 13L, budgets and investment planning, and also 1095, which is right below that, 1QT, budgets and investment planning gas. And it asked what the difference was between the two and why the 13L budgets investment planning would be allocating time to Yankee Gas. So starting with 1QT, that is the organization that has budgets investment planning for all of the gas organizations. As such, they charge a lot of their time, 40% to Yankee Gas, and the remainder would generally be charged to the other gas companies within Eversource Energy. Of course, to the extent they support other organizations, CLMP or PSNH, they would charge those according to our time reporting policy, but generally it oversees all the gas organizations. 13L, budgets and investment planning, that generally has the electric budgets and planning. However, what's not reflected in the title of the CCC is additional responsibilities under that director. Specifically, those responsibilities are for support areas for fleet operations amongst all operating companies, not just the electric side, that includes gas and electric. Safety for all organizations, and also the operational reporting for all entities. So those folks that are working on those aspects of the role within that CCC would allocate a time to Yankee Gas for their portion of time spent on the Yankee Gas items, which is why you see a much smaller relative allocated portion of 4.97% for that CCC.
So if I were to summarize the way to maybe consolidate or summarize our request, it's that we committed to provide a portion of the information through a supplement in writing to late file 34 attachment 1. We're happy to do that. We will do that. The remainder we were asked to be given through a read-in at some point today or tomorrow. And Mr. Murray's request is, can we have a little bit more time to be able to do that? We will provide the information. It's clear what Attorney Keenan wants. We can provide it. We'd like permission to just simply add that to the late file 34 attachment 1 supplement.
So granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further before we resume cross?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Attorney Keenan, please.
Thank you. If you could pull up late filed exhibit 39, please.
Yes, I have it up.
In this late file exhibit, the company states that for good performance on the officer's scorecard metrics and other overall factors contemplated in relation to Officer 42's performance, Officer 42's manager recommended a variable compensation payout of 115% of target. What do you mean by other overall factors?
So this officer's performance as shared here, as requested, and I don't know if you want me to go through each of the pieces of it, that shows the target and the actual. In some cases, the actual being lower is a good thing. So the manager of this officer reviewed this data and determined that this officer was going to receive a variable pay of 115. So back to your question, can you repeat that question again?
For in the late file exhibit, it states that the manager determined the payout based on the officer's scorecard metrics.
Right.
And other overall factors. And I'm just trying to understand what the other overall factors are that were taken into consideration.
These are the hard, and not every employee has these nice hard, metrics to be measured by. There are soft metrics as well. This is based on annual performance, so a whole year's worth of performance for this officer. Some softer areas might be, how they manage the organization, the personnel, other operational items. Does that help answer the question?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Would you be able to walk me through how exactly the 115% compensation payout was calculated for the officer?
So Eversource does not have a commission plan like a sales commission. It's not you have a metric and you get a certain percent attainment and that equates to $1. It's more of a aggregate score, the 115. So this data goes into the 115, but as mentioned earlier, there's other factors that are not target and actual. So it's not a commission-based plan.
So there isn't,
there's not math behind the 115, I guess.
okay.
Yeah, yep.
Is it more subjective then?
There is some subjectivity
Okay.
to it, yes.
Thank you. I have a question regarding late filed exhibit 50. And in that late filed exhibit, the company states that the total amount of employee incentive compensation the company is requesting to be capitalized in this case is listed in attachment 1 of interrogatory OCC 124. And my question, and that it also states that the capitalized employee incentive compensation is included in the total capital reported in Schedule B-2.0. My question is, has the company capitalized any other employee incentive compensation since the last rate case? For example, through DIMP or through the gas system improvement or GSI mechanism?
The capitalization criteria is if the employee is working on a capital project, then that employee's costs will be capitalizable.
I understand. That's why I'm asking if through DIMP. Okay.
Yes. So to answer your question, it would be because the capitalization criteria is met regardless of what type of a tracker or what type of a capital project you are referring to, if that helps.
Thank you. And so that was with respect to employee incentive compensation. Does that mean that officer incentive compensation was also capitalized and through DIMP and GSI?
VPs and above are not capitalized. Incentive compensation is not capitalized. Across the board, yes, sorry.
Thank you. One moment, please. see. Okay, my next, thank you, sorry about that. My next question is regarding late filed exhibit 112, as well as the attachment to late filed exhibit 112.
We're set.
Oh, sorry. In that late filed exhibit, the authority asked the company to provide the actuaries' reports that support the inclusion of the effect of the cash balance pension plan for both the pension expense and the 401k expense. And my first question is, who prepared attachment 1 to late filed exhibit 112?
Attachment 1 was provided by the pension actuary, Aon Hewitt.
Okay. And is this the only information you received regarding the new cash pension plan?
Yes, the new cash pension, the cash balance pension plan only impacts pension expense directly.
Okay, so it didn't impact the 401k, and did you receive any information regarding?
It did not directly impact the traditional 401k expense.
Thank you. That was my last question, but I want to circle back to the employee incentive compensation that's been capitalized through DIMP and GSI. Can you provide a supplement to late file exhibit 39, detailing the amount of employee incentive compensation capitalized through GSI and DIMP each year since the company's last rate case?
Understood. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That was my last question for this panel.
Mary Church.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we will bring the OCC up, but I realized I neglected to close the loop on 2 administrative matters from this morning. So while OCC is coming up, I'll just note I had the open request regarding EOE's witness on page 15, Mr. Rothschild, the authority. Do you have any crossword? Mr. Rothschild? No. The authority. What? The authority waives its cross for Mr. Rothschild. So based on the representations this morning, we will be prepared to excuse Mr. Rothschild and ask that EOE submit affidavit for his late file exhibit. Thank you. And then I had a similar request regarding the OCC's witness for Mr. Larkin Connolly. Do you have cross for him? Yeah. The authority waives cross for the OCC's capital planning panel, Mr. Larkin Connolly, and I believe you've already I believe the OCC has already filed a motion with affidavit, so we will address that. But based on the representations this morning, we're prepared to excuse Mr. Larkin Connolly as well. So I think that brings me up to date on the open administrative matters from this morning. So sorry for that detour, but we can move into the OCC's cross-examination for this panel, please.
Good afternoon, Albert Sablowski for OCC. My first question is going to, first questions are going to relate to late file 47.
Yes, we have it.
Thank you. So this late file notes earnings targets framed as earnings per share, and these are for Eversource, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that EPS or diluted EPS?
So I am a comp manager. So when I get these results, I relate them to pay for employees. I don't know if there's any colleagues that would be comfortable answering the question closer to the financial piece.
And we can, we can take that as a read-in. We'd be happy to do that. So Chairman, would that be read-in number 3? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And does the panel need Mr. Sablonsky to restate the question, or is it clear to you in terms of what he's looking for? Okay.
You please restate it. Yes, that'd be great.
Okay, yes, essentially I'm just trying to figure out if that is EPS or diluted EPS. And we're just trying to get a sense of Eversource's actual historical EPS performance. So we're looking at the company's annual reports and comparing it to this late file. So from the company's 2023 annual report, the diluted EPS was $3.64. And it's on page 2 of that annual report.
Just to confirm and to, for the purpose of facilitating the cross-examination, is there a particular citation in the record where that report appears? I just want to make sure that, we can reference the witness to that document and the witness can then review it and then respond to your question. Thank you, Mr. Zablonsky.
Sure, it's, I'm not sure where it is in the record, but it is straight from Eversource's website.
I think the only challenge, is obviously we want to try and respond to the questions, but because it's a contested case, we want to limit it to the record evidence. And so if a witness is able to answer, they can proceed to do that. But if it's requests about information not in the record, they just may not have access to that. So he can proceed to ask the question. The answer may be, we don't know, we don't have that. So we'll proceed to allow the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me, just give you the data from the company's annual reports straight from the website. So I believe in 2026, it was $3.86. In 2022, it was $4.09. In 2023, it was $4.34. And in 2024, it was $4.57 diluted earnings per share. Looking at that late file 47, has the company met or exceeded all of those targets?
Again, compensation manager, I'm not comfortable answering that question. I don't know if any of my colleagues can answer, or we would have to do it as a read-in.
We can certainly take that as a read-in, and we can consider adding that to read-in 3 if that's acceptable to the OCC. And the OCC's question was, for the targets that were identified, did the company achieve those financial targets? Correct, Mr. Sablonsky?
That's okay. I won't need a read-in. Thank you. I'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
Um, I guess that if the panel is unaware of whether it met its own targets, we will accept that as testimony. And then just moving on into that, still in that late file. The late file.
I just want to be clear about that the witness did not make a concession that we didn't achieve the targets. I think what the witness said is, in her position as the manager of compensation, she's not able to confirm if we achieve the specific earnings per share targets. We're happy to provide the information through a read-in, so we're happy to do that. But I just want to be clear that there's no specific inference being drawn, or we're not conceding something. They can argue their position, their brief, in terms of what the evidence means. They're free to do that. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
So is the panel aware of whether the targets were met? In the years identified?
Yeah, I think again, the witness who's made an effort in good faith to respond to the question said she does not have that personal information available, but we're happy to give it as a read-in.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that the record is clear here. So I understand Ms. Gilson is the testimony of that no one else on the panel is aware is.
I currently do not have a witness on the panel who would be able to confirm that for each of the earnings per share targets in the 5-year period shown, that the company achieved those. But again, we're happy to give that as a read-in.
Okay. Thank you. I'll defer to OCC as to whether I think the record's clear with that. So Mr. Zbowski, again, the question is, do you want the read-in or do you want to move on?
No, I think I'll move on. The late file explains the targets are derived from 3 critical inputs. I have some questions about those. The first is annual earnings guidance. Can you explain what that is?
Again, a compensation manager here, right? I am not an expert in the analytics in the corporate performance. I am familiar with, yes, 100%. Am I an expert in what behind the numbers? No. I take the numbers, what the board shares with me from a perspective of how the company did. I apply that to company, an incentive pool to pay employees. So unfortunately, I don't know if anybody from finance that knows these numbers better and feels more comfortable speaking to them is here. So I don't know if I answered your question, but annual earnings guidance, I guess, is a Wall Street number, right? But I don't know, not a financial expert. I'm a comp expert.
Okay. The second one listed here is industry average earnings growth. Does the panel know what metric is used to measure that?
It's the same answer.
Okay. And then the last one is expected corporate operating plan. Do you know what that means?
Well, a corporate operating plan is what we're trying to accomplish as an organization from an operations perspective.
Okay. Okay. And just in regards to that earnings guidance metric, can you speak to historical earnings guidances in 2022 and 2023 at all? And whether the targets set for incentive comp were in line with the results?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Can you speak? Hold on, give me 1 second to collect my thought here too. Okay. So repeating that question, can you speak to historical earnings guidances in 2022 and 2023 at all, and whether the targets set for incentive comp were in line with the earnings guidance for those years?
Again, I'm not a financial expert. I cannot answer those questions.
Okay.
I'm not sure if any of my colleagues are able to do that. Anybody more in the financial area?
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'll move on to a different late file. Thank you for that. In response to late file 51, the company provided examples of individual employee scorecards in confidential attachments 2 through 13. I have questions about those attachments, but I think I can get through them without going into confidential session. So this is a question for Eversource Council, I guess. My questions will not identify any particular employees, names or job titles, and are focused on the identified performance goals and how the overall rating system works. I assume that the company's concern for confidentiality is in these exhibits relates to identifying particular employees.
Correct. And the sole motivation there is to protect the privacy interest of employees, because we are dealing with performance of individual employees, and you don't want performance of employees for individual contributors to be disclosed in a public proceeding. So conceptually, I have no objection to, on the public record, cross-examination about those exhibits if we can stick to high-level generic discussions. If we reach a point where we think the response may disclose something confidential, I'll raise the concern and the chair can decide if we can move into confidential session at that point.
Thank you. I think that's an appropriate way to proceed. So just pose your questions individually, Mr. Zblasky, and if there's an objection, we'll deal with it in turn. Thank you.
Thank you. So we start with confidential attachment 2 or attachment 2. On page 1, there are performance goals such as AWO creator listings and derivation runs, labor validation, etc. Are these the kinds of individualized targets that are used for determining incentive compensation?
I will start and I will feel free for any of my colleagues to chime in. So on attachment 2, which is an employee from the finance department. So first of all, every employee puts their goals into this form. They review it with their manager. And it's a year-long process, right? So there's a mid-year check-in. The manager shares with the employee how they're trending year-to-date, performance-wise. They're either on track, below track, above track. And as we get towards the end of the year, there's another formal touch base. Managers should be touching base more often than twice a year, but there's the formal touch base within the system. And the manager then could put in some comments here as well and assigns them an evaluation. So you'll see this employee is considered a successful contributor for the company. Just noting a finance person, right? Not a lot of words here. You'll see there's some examples like the attachment 3, corporate communications specialist, a lot more detail, a lot more words. But for this first person, the manager does sit and speak with this person. They talk about performance. The manager guides them on how to improve their performance, right? We want everybody to be moving up so that they have the opportunity to earn a higher variable incentive payout at the end of the year. That's ultimately the goal. Employees strive for that variable incentive payout at the end of the year. And I'm not sure if you had anything to add or if there's any additional questions on that attachment.
So to answer your question, yes, the goals are tied to incentive.
Okay, so the level of incentive compensation this employee received would have been driven by their fulfillment of these specific performance goals, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And, okay, thank you. On this scorecard, all areas labeled rating under manager evaluation are blank, except for the last one on page 3. Do you know why?
Yeah, I can start and then feel free to add in. So the managers have the option to evaluate each separate goal and put a formal performance rating on each goal if they want. The only required rating is the overall rating that's at the top of page 1. That rating is what drives the incentive payout for the employee. So the other ones are, like if you have a manager that wants to share, okay, well, you overachieved in this goal, underachieved in that. But a lot of times managers will just stick to the one overall evaluation, which drives the incentive payout in their performance rating. Yeah.
Okay, so let me just repeat that back. I guess the manager just doesn't need to score individual performance goals as long as there's an overall score.
Right. They
That's
talk.
required.
Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. They talk to each of their goals individually. And some managers will just do an overall rating.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on to attachment 3. This scorecard includes bullet points under every performance goal. That seems to establish the criteria used to determine if the goal has been met. Does that look correct to you?
Correct.
And so why weren't there similar criteria identified on the previous attachment 2?
Different organizations. So the individual that we talked about earlier was in finance.
Okay.
This individual is in customer. So
Okay.
there's different goals based on the organization you're in.
Okay, so that's organization or department driven as opposed to
Correct.
just manager's discretion, just trying to get that. Okay. Thank you.
Some managers are very good and detail reviews. Some are very succinct and put little in, so.
Yeah. Just to repeat that back, I guess this scorecard seems to show a manager rating as to every single goal in contrast with the previous one, correct?
Yes, yep. Looks like that.
Thank you. I'll move on to attachment 5 now, page 2. And on page 2, you'll see the page 2 has an employee comment that says collaborated with investment recovery team. What is the investment recovery team? Do you know?
Without knowing the specifics here, I don't know. We could, if you would like us to find out, we can certainly do that and provide it. I'd have to know the manager, the employee, what their goals were to be able to answer that.
Correct. So we can take that as a read-in because, again, the panel I've produced here are the panel to provide representative samples of employee performance scorecards and year-end analyses. There may be specific goals that apply to different departments, but if you would like us to do the research, we're happy to take a read in and we can provide you with more information, Mr. Sablonsky.
Okay, so can I have a read in on what is the investment recovery team and what does it do? What it does?
Okay, I think that is read in 4.
Thank you.
We actually have an individual who can answer it for us. That's okay.
Great.
Good afternoon. I'm Craig Dykman. I am Vice President of Supply Chain. So our investment recovery department actually reports in through our supply chain organization. The primary goal of investment recovery is to recover the value of anything that basically comes out of service that we can provide value back to the business, credit cost back to the business. An example is we pull wire out of the ground, right? It doesn't provide any useful life for us moving forward, but we can actually sell that to a scrap vendor, get metal recovery costs back that we then credit back to the cost of the project. So our investment recovery group really is the back end of the materials management process. Retired computers, retired equipment, any material that comes out of service that otherwise would be disposed of, we try to find a way to recover value in it. That's what investment recovery is, and it reports into the supply chain organization.
So I think in light of that, do we still need a read in 4? I want to ask Mr. Sablonsky, does that respond to your question?
I think that does. I might have a follow-up question to that, and that is, so that's, you know, sort of like so things that have salvage value, let's say.
Absolutely correct.
Correct?
Yep.
So, and does that have an offset to depreciation, I guess? This follow-up.
That our finance folks would have to help me answer.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. So if that is salvage value, is there an offset to depreciation, I guess? Does that question make sense to you?
That's my understanding.
Okay, that's fine. I'll move on. Thank you.
So read in 4 satisfied?
That's all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, let's move to attachment 8, please. Last page, last goal.
Yeah, we're there.
Thank you. Is this a performance goal related to responding to an interrogatory request in this rate case?
For the Yankee rate case, OT hours and amounts computation goal for this person? Yeah, that's what the goal is for 2024 rate case informational request.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to know that is this rate case in particular.
Yes, that's what it says. Yep.
Thank you. Attachment 10.
Yes.
Okay. This one doesn't seem to have any performance goals. Why not?
So this is our performance system is through Workday. And when goals are entered into the system, it's the responsibility of the manager. Sometimes managers do not put them in the system. They'll verbally communicate them to their employees, certainly during their one-on-one check-ins and mid-year and certainly year-end. So this individual just did not put them in the system documented, but they put the summary of their evaluation for 2024 in there.
Okay. So that's manager discretion or by department? Just,
It's the guideline of the company that all companies or all employees have goals. But it is certainly up to the manager to submit them. So, I would say that's the minority of folks that don't put goals in the system.
so how do you track goals that if you don't put them in the system?
So just because they're not in the system doesn't mean that the employees don't know what their goals are. So like I said, this manager could have just, listed their goals during check-ins throughout the year. And then they just summarize their year-end review in the system.
Okay. So throughout the year, it's possible that none of these goals, goals for particular employees might not be written down anywhere, correct?
Yeah, correct. That could be the case.
Thank you. Attachment 13.
All set, yeah.
Okay. This one includes financial performance goals. The first is non-tracked O&M of 143.8 million. Do you know what that means? Again, that's on page 1 of this attachment.
Again, it's the financial question for an individual within the corporation. So I'm not comfortable answering that. Not sure if anyone on the.
Yeah, we would be speculating. I mean, if you would like an answer, we'd need to go back to this manager of the employee to confirm what the goal is and what it means. So we can certainly do that.
So we're happy to give a read-in. So this is the gas construction organization, identifies the geographic location. If Mr. Sablonsky wants to understand what the manager had in mind for that particular goal and how they were rating the employee, the HR panel is not going to have that level of detail at their fingertips, but if we speak to the manager, he or she can provide that. And so if Mr. Sablonsky wants that, we're happy to get that as a read-in for him.
I have a few more on this one, so maybe I'll ask them first and then we'll decide. There's a section here for capital. It seems like an overall goal of 950.8 million, broken down by capital investment categories that I see. Simple check. And I'm not even going to list them, but do you know if those numbers are for plant in service or CapEx in the year?
I think again, just a detailed question like that, I don't think the HR witnesses would be able to respond to for that manager in the gas construction business who had a particular financial goal in terms of certain amounts of infrastructure being completed, if it represented plant additions or expenditures. But we're happy to take it as a read-in, and we can contact the manager and provide the information.
Okay, I've got 2 more on this before. If that 950.8 million mark wasn't met, would that mean that they didn't meet the goal?
Again, I think it's going to be the same process, which would be the manager understands what he or she had in mind when they communicated that as a performance goal. And then we'd have to ask the manager, specifically, a witness who works in the HR department will not be able to know what that manager had in his or her mind at the time they developed a goal for this particular department. But again, we can ask that question and provide it as a read-in.
Thank you.
And just one more.
We actually have someone from Gas Ops who can assist, if that would be helpful, Attorney Pace.
Hi, so Julia Day, Director of Gas System Engineering. So I think as we've mentioned before in previous testimony, we're really driven to a budget in the gas business. So those do represent the budgets that they're held to, and they're trying to meet that target as directly as they can, right? So that's really what they're being judged to for capital. And then for O&M, they're trying to also keep to that budget. So that's what they're being judged against. And in my experience with those budgets, it usually is the CapEx in the year. So we can do a read-in or a supplement to confirm, but that's generally from what I've seen how we develop those targets.
Thank you. I just have a quick follow-up to that. What if the 950.8 million mark is exceeded? Does that mean this employee met their goal or didn't meet their goal?
It's really more a matter of degree. So in general, they're trying to meet that capital target as much as they can. Because I think as we've described it before, we are trying to hold to a budget and we see all the work that we do as being related to safety improvements, especially in the construction business. So they're really trying to get the most work done for that money that they can. And being under budget might indicate that they weren't able to get the amount of work done that they wanted. And over budget also is a problem. They're really trying to get right on target as much as they can, and that's what they're being judged against.
That makes sense. I guess for the 950.8 million, I'm looking for the direction. If it's under, is that goal met or exceeded? Or if it's over, is that goal met or exceeded? Which one's good, which one's bad?
I think it's the variance. So it's really, if you're 1% over or 1% under, that's really good, right? That's really on target. If you're significantly under or significantly over, both of those indicate an issue.
If the actual, let me ask this differently. If the actual spend was not 950.8, but 960 million, is that good or bad? As far as the goal for this person?
So that's where we probably would have to talk to the manager about what degree of difference is acceptable versus excessive.
Thank you. And I won't need a read-in. I understood everything from that answer. Thank you. I'm looking at attachment 1 now. Attachment 1, Excel, line 7, employee 1, number 1.
Just to be clear for the record, we're still on late file 51. Okay, and attachment 1. Thank you, Mr. Sablonsky.
Correct. Thank you. Is employee 1 the same employee whose performance evaluation was provided as attachment 2?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So according to attachment 1, in 2023, this person was paid 91% of their variable compensation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How is that 91% calculated? And how can I see it in attachment 2?
In attachment 1, we submitted as an Excel spreadsheet with the calculations in there. I don't know if you have that to pull up. I'm happy to talk through it.
Could you? I would appreciate it.
Yep, let me
Thank
just
you.
pull it up. Give me one moment. And just to confirm, that was employee 1
Correct.
for test year 2023.
Yes.
Okay, so employee one from accounting had a base salary of 86,520. The target salary range for variable compensation for that person in that job band is 8% annually. So the target, which is the base salary times the 8%, equals the $6,922. The manager, based on the performance of this employee and the contributions that they made to the company, paid that employee variable compensation of $6,300, which equates to 91% of their target.
Okay. So from looking at this sheet, the 91% is calculated by taking the 6,300, out of it. It's almost as if it's done backwards to me. I guess the question is, how did you arrive at 91%? Because it looks like essentially that is just taking the amount that was paid divided by the total target, and that gets you to that 91%.
Yeah.
So is really the question here, why was it 91% or why was it 6,300? How do you arrive at those numbers?
The manager gets a pool of money each year of which they must stick to budget, and they look at all of the performance of everybody on their team, and they allocate the dollars out accordingly in the system. The system will not let you go $1 over. Trust me, I put it in once and it yelled at me. So they're held to the budget for each of their individual employees. So employee one in accounting was, the manager gave them $6,300 based on their performance for the year, which equates to 91% of their variable compensation target.
I'd just like to add one more thing. So I think we've previously noted that there's a range when you're rated a certain level. So just from a real world experience as a manager, when you evaluate your team, you are held, as we just stated, you are held to that pool of funds. And when you evaluate your individual contributors, they may all be successful. They may be high contributor successful, needs improvement. There's a wide range, but 2 successful contributors does not mean that they would get the same percentage payout. So it's up to the manager to evaluate the performance of each of their employees and to pay out based on that performance within the range that the pool that they're giving.
Okay. So how does an employee know the dollar value they'll be receiving for meeting performance targets? Is that anywhere in this attachment too?
You mean at the end of the year, how do they know? Or they work towards their performance, towards their goals throughout the year. Their manager checks in with them how they're doing throughout the year. So it shouldn't be a big surprise, right, at the end of the year for a good manager, right? Keeping them abreast and getting them to continuously improve, excuse me. So in the following year, after the incentive pool is established and it is filtered down to all of the management teams, the managers have a pool of funds that they need to allocate out to their team. And as Mr. Murray said, right, you could have somebody that's a high contributor. You could have somebody that needs improvement, someone that's successful. And so we do, in the compensation team, give out guidelines. So if you have somebody who's a successful contributor, you need them to be within a certain set of guidelines on how much to pay. I think for that one, it's up to 125%. I don't have it memorized. I can reference it if needed. Obviously, for somebody that's improvement needed, the range that in the guidelines is lower, right? You'll see employee 5 had a rough year. He improved the following year. So he or she only achieved 53% and was paid only 53% of their incentive target. So that's where the variability comes in. That's where we drive performance in all of our employees through this incentive very important incentive plan, variable incentive plan. So as you can see, the dollar values do differentiate. So if that person in accounting who earned $6,300 year one, when we look at 2024, they were paid higher, $1,000 more because according to their manager, their performance did increase. Still a successful contributor because a majority of the employees do fall into that median bucket.
So I guess essentially, as an employee, you don't know the potential dollar value of your incentive comp until the end of the year or after that when you're paid.
But they could calculate it, yeah.
They could calculate it.
It might be even in the system or no.
Well, I guess what I would say is everybody knows their incentive target. So when you're offered a position, whether it's internal or external, the offer letter will state what your salary is and what your incentive target will be. So employees do know what their target is. What they won't know at the end of each year is, based on what the pool is funded at, what that percentage will be, right? But they know their target and they know they can earn from 0 to 16% if it's an individual contributor.
So on that attachment 1, they'll know that they'll know their target 8% or 12%,
Right.
but they won't know what they'll
Actual
actually
number.
get paid, like 91, 95, 86%.
Right, because that's based on their performance review rating. Yep.
53% if you're having a rough year. So
That's right, yeah.
And I do think it's important just to keep reiterating that, there's constant communication between the manager or supervisor and their employees. It's not just at the end of the year that they find out, here's the percentage you will be getting of your target compensation. There's constant communication between the management and their employees to ensure that they're aligned with, here's your performance. There's formal mid-year reviews and formal year-end reviews. But I can speak from experience, employees that need improvement, I've met with more frequently to say, here's what we need to do to improve, because we're always striving to help the employees achieve better success. So the communication is constant throughout the year. It's not just a surprise at the end of the year. And we do evaluate employees daily, monthly, weekly.
Okay. I believe that's all from me. And I think that's all from OCC for compound benefits. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. EOE. Attorney General. Thank you. Commissioner Karen.
No questions.
Okay. I also do not have any questions. So does the company need a moment to consider redirect?
Yes, I would like the chance. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll briefly recess. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes I think I call authority staff, but I generally already know. Yeah.
Chairman, thank you for the chance to consult. I did add one witness to our panel, Rima Hyder. She's been previously sworn. She appeared in our very first panel. And the reason for my addition to her panel is I want to endeavor to respond on redirect examination to the questions that were posed by Mr. Sablonsky as they relate to earnings per share. So, Ms. Heimer, do you recall the exchange that occurred earlier today between Mr. Sablonsky and the panel regarding earnings per share that were referenced in late file 47? Do you recall that exchange?
Yes, I do.
And his first question was, is the reference to diluted earnings per share or actual earnings per share? Do you have a response to that question?
Yes, I do. It would be diluted earnings per share on a non-GAAP basis.
Thank you. Mr. Sablonsky also asked a question about earnings per share annual guidance. Can you provide any information in response to his question?
Yes, Eversource provides annual EPS, earnings per share, non-GAAP guidance to the investment community on an annual basis. So we provide it once a year for the rest of the year.
And thank you. And my final question was, do you recall Mr. Sablonsky had asked the HR panel if the company achieved the earnings per share targets during the time periods in question? Do you have any response to his question on that topic?
Yes, I do recall the question, and I do have a response, and the response is yes, Eversource has met all its targets for the period that he was questioning about, the annual EPS non-GAAP target that was set out.
Okay. Thank you very much. That completes my redirect examination for the panel.
Thank you. Okay. We will move to the company's revenue requirements panel, please. Okay, looks like we're mostly situated. Attorney Tisler?
Okay. Thank you. We have the revenue requirements panel. We have added some members to this panel previously sworn. We've added David Coco, Christopher Lee, Kara O'Connor, Craig Dykeman, Matthew Correa, Jennifer Rizza, Julia Day, Seth Kruger, and Michael Dorval. In addition, we have a witness who has not previously been sworn in, who did sponsor a late filed exhibit, Miss Denise Constantino, so we'll need her sworn in at the appropriate time. To the panel, would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record?
I am Doug Horton, the Vice President of Distribution Rates for Eversource Energy.
Marissa Pruda, Director of Revenue Requirements for Connecticut, employed by Eversource Energy Service Company.
Garrett Murray, Manager Revenue Requirements, employed by Eversource Energy Service Company.
Michael Shelnitz, Manager of Revenue Requirements, employed by Eversource Energy Service Company.
Julia Day, Director of Gas System Engineering for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Sorry. Michael Dorval, Director of Real Estate and Property Management, Eversource Service Company.
Denise Cosentino, Director, Enterprise Risk Management, Eversource Services Company.
Seth Kruger, Vice President, Gas Engineering, Eversource Service Company.
Matthew Correa, Director of Supply Chain Strategy, Eversource Energy Services Company.
Craig Dykeman, Vice President of Supply Chain, Eversource Energy Service Company.
David Coco, Director of IT Business Solutions for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Chris Lee, Vice President, Chief Information Security Officer, Eversource Service Company.
Okay, I believe that's everyone. Can we please have Ms. Cosentino sworn in?
Yes. Hi, Ms. Cosentino. If you could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath at the conclusion of which please affirm by stating I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of the evidentiary hearings in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified?
Yes, I do. So
Mr. Murray, can you please provide your update?
yes, in Q LFE 108 attachment 1, on line 21, the description inadvertently said projected January 1, 2025 through October 31, 2025. The description should have said projected June 1, 2025 through October 31, 2025. No other changes. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the panel, do you adopt your late filed exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
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 And Mr. Dykeman and Mr. Correa, as part of your preparation for this hearing, did you also prepare revised interrogatory response RU 017-SBO1-RVO1?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or clarifications to your revised interrogatory response?
This is the correction to RU 017 something.
There was a revision that you previously filed. Do you have any additional changes to that
No.
revision? Okay, thank you. To the panel, specifically Mr. Herdegman and Mr. Korea, do you adopt your revised interrogatory response as your sworn testimony in this case? Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will begin cross-examination of this panel by the authority staff. Attorney Keenan, please.
Good afternoon, Kate Keenan. I'm a Pura staff attorney. I'm going to start with a few questions regarding the computer expense. And if you could please pull up late filed exhibit 57.
We're there.
In the second paragraph of this late filed exhibit, the company states that it is not uncommon that throughout the normal course of business, goods and services for prior periods are recorded during a future period. The company also states that when the company prepares its cost of service for purposes of a rate case, it evaluates the underlying data to the best of its ability and removes any material out of period adjustments that would not be considered part of the normal ebb and flow. How does the company determine whether an adjustment is material versus normal ebb and flow?
So I do believe we supplemented that data response as well to try to clarify this point of the UVL.
Can we confer for 1 minute?
I'm sorry, I was misspoken there. So let me just, 1 second. I thought we had supplemented this one. Okay, my apologies. I was just pulling something up. So the company does have an accounting policy standard. It's a APS 11, and that is to refer back to GAAP and FERC financial statements, how we account for things. And under that, we discuss the unvouchered liabilities and UVLs and the process for which we account for things. So generally speaking, when we have an expense that's incurred in a period, the company records that expense as an unvouchered liability in accordance with this APS 11, in accordance with GAAP and FERC rules. And when in a future period, when the expense is received via invoice, those unvouchered liabilities are reversed, what's referred to as a UVR or unvouchered reversal, and the actual invoice is then recorded. So when we were looking at the original OCC 242 that was referred to in this response, LFE 057, what we were referring to is that process that although an invoice may be showing up in 2023, it could have been, and in fact, we responded to a few of these items here, that they were unvouchered liability. We recorded an unvouchered liability in the prior period for December. It was reversed, and subsequently the actual expense was booked.
But how do you determine whether what you're removing is material versus normal ebb and flow?
Thank you for that. So, go ahead.
And just for clarification, the paragraph where I pulled that language out of is regarding the situations in which the company did not have a UVL. So that's what I'm asking about,
Travels.
how you determine whether an adjustment is material versus normal ebb and flow.
So I guess when the company puts together its initial cost of service, there's a very detailed process that we go through. First, we look at a sheet that the accounting controls for out of period adjustments that are noted, and we bring those into the cost of service. So if it's something within the test year that needs to be removed, we account for those. If it's something that needs to be put into the test year that was booked after the test year, we would put those into the test year. The company then goes through a very detailed review, generally line by line, of each of the cost categories that we provide in the standard filing requirements. As part of that review, we look at individual transactional level detail, and it's really up to the analyst to determine whether that a cost is appropriately recorded within the test year, or is at least representative of a level of a cost that is expected to be incurred in the rate year.
I would just add, I know your question is asking around the materiality. I think we don't have a set threshold that we apply on a dollar basis. The process that Mr. Murray described, feels like I'm yelling. I didn't talk on the first two panels I was on today, so I'm just making up for lost time, I think. But so the process that Mr. Murray described is the same process that we follow in Massachusetts and in New Hampshire when we file rate cases, which is that we do a detailed review. We're really translating accounting information, which follows generally accepted accounting standards, and then translating it into basically activity-based presentation for a rate case purpose. So that entails a detailed review at the line item level. So through that process, we will identify if there are things that are recorded in our test year that should come out, and we'll make an assessment on, is this a level of materiality that would, alter the cost of service such that we need to adjust for it.
Is it a subjective determination? I mean, how do you have guidelines or how do you know that everybody's making these adjustments consistently?
I mean, I think I'll start and then my colleagues can supplement. I think at the end of the day, we're starting with our audited financial statements. So we have high comfort that this is accurate information on which to set rates. We are then going through an additional process to evaluate, using our judgment and our expertise, whether or not things are appropriate for inclusion in the rate year. So there is some subjectivity, but I'll allow Ms. Peruta to supplement.
The instructions are that every individual that's assigned a schedule in the SFR, every SFR has, as Mr. Horton indicated, expenses associated with what has already been audited and provided for in the FERC Form 2. And we go through every single SFR to comb through whether or not there are out-of-period adjustments, there's any journal entries that look odd. Like, I can give you an example. When I was in the vehicle expense work papers and the detail there, I did see a journal entry that I pulled and asked the question, does this make sense? Does it belong in the test year? It was related to a prior period. So we took that out. Is there a materiality threshold? No, there is not. In cases where you are combing through, if there is an item that you discover and you know you need to take it out, we do not tell the analyst to pass on it because of materiality. We do pull it out once it's discovered during our review process.
Another question, how do you determine the amount of the UVL that you record?
In accordance with that policy I referenced earlier, it's up to the subject matter expert that would be receiving that invoice to determine their expected level of expense based on the services that were provided to the company. And based on that, they record the UVL. There's a preparer and approver process that is followed. So that preparer will input that UVL, and then someone will independently review that, verify it, and approve it before it's recorded. I think I do see Mr. O'Brien.
I think this is on. Hi, Brendan O'Brien, Director in Accounting. Just to provide some additional context, Mr. Horton referenced that we will go through an annual audit. So just to kind of take a step back here, under the generally accepted accounting principles, a company is required to record our books and records on the accrual standards. So we don't operate on a cash basis where expenses are recognized when paid. So obviously, the company endeavors to receive every invoice for any type of service or cost or good that has been consumed in the individual year in which it's incurred. So we make every effort to reach out cross-functionally across the entirety of the organization to ensure that all UVLs and all expected invoices for work that has been performed that can be estimated is included within our books and records and shown as a liability and recorded as an expense in the appropriate period. Obviously, under the accrual rules, it is subject to an accounting estimate that is built based on foundational controls to ensure, from a cutoff perspective, we have a complete population of the expenses incurred in that year. Obviously, there can be some updates there. It can be positive or negative. It could kind of go both ways. And in addition to just the process to close the accounting books and records for a given period, the company will also subsequently go through what's called a UVL process, where we will look at cash payments post year end, and we will look at those cash, the cash dispersed in a subsequent period in the month of January, for example, for the December year end close. We will evaluate what that payment relates to, what the invoice was for, to also review whether or not that individual invoice was accrued at the end of the year. And if it is needed to be, we can't redo the accounting close for every single instance, but where needed, if financial statement adjustment is needed, we will certainly record that. And just to kind of close the loop in terms of the process, holistically for UVLs, as Mr. Horton referenced, we also go through an annual audit every year. Our external audit firm, this is a core test of the AP process and of our expense process to ensure, from an auditing assertion perspective, that we have a complete population of expenses and our liabilities. So they will also do an independent UVL analysis as well, looking at multiple subsequent payments for the entirety of the period, really leading up to the point in which our financial statements are issued each year, to ensure that our books and records are complete and accurate.
Thank you. Can you provide an example of an invoice that could not be estimated? Sorry.
I wouldn't say that I have a particular invoice in mind that I would say couldn't be estimated. I think, again, services can continue from one period to the next. So, we may have embarked on a project that may be, multiple months, right? So we may have a service that's being performed. It may begin in the month of December and be expected to continue throughout the period. So when we do, as a part of our control process for the close of every quarter, we'll send out, like I mentioned, a cross-functional email across the entirety of the Eversource profile to ensure that all UVLs are appropriately identified and recorded. And so there could be an example where, we're midstream in a process and obviously services have been performed, but you may not be able to perfectly estimate the final bill amount or what portion of the service, if it's going to span periods, will actually be for this year versus next year. And so we will work with the SMEs who've contracted that type of service, for example, and develop the best estimate you can for what the expense is in that period. And as Mr. Murray referenced, in the subsequent month, that accounting UVL journal entry will reverse, and when that actual invoice is received, it will be accrued. So in the subsequent period, you would just see any sort of differential between your initial estimate and what the final invoice came through as.
Thank you. Could you please turn to the explanation provided for the first invoice listed on late file exhibit 57? It's at the bottom of the first page, which is an explanation regarding invoice number 709-305-090, Accenture International Limited. The narrative response does not clearly explain why costs labeled as 2022 were included in the test year. Can you elaborate on the company's explanation and state why those 2022 costs were included in the test year amount?
Yes, this is Chrisley. So the fundamental here is the UVL process. So when the invoice was expected to have been received but wasn't, we did a UVL for that. And then when the payment was actually made in 2022, if I'm getting my years right, that's why it's included in the list. Give us all the invoices for that year. And so the payment side came in there. What you don't see is the reversal piece that was spoken about that zeroed that out in the subsequent year. So in this managed testing service invoice, it was accrued in the year before, expensed in the year before, zeroed out in the year after. This is this whole concept of UVL. That's why in the test year, it should be a zero amount.
One of the reasons why I'm asking this question is because in the explanations regarding the other invoices, the company specifically discusses the reversal of the UVL. But in this case, the company did not discuss it.
So for this particular invoice, so for Accenture, we often accrue or UVL for multiple services. They provide us with a lot of services. So for this particular invoice, there's not a easy way to identify the specific amount that was accrued and then reversed. Accenture is accrued in I would say totality or over a few UVLs rather than for every single invoice that we were expecting to receive. For the other two invoices, those were, we could specifically identify where the UVL was recorded, reversed, and where the invoice was later received. It's important to note because the UVL process happens before the invoice, there's no possible way to identify a UVL by an invoice number, if that makes sense. So in those circumstances where we have multiple services like Accenture, grouping expected levels of invoice into one UVL is what we would do. And therefore it's difficult to say, this is how much was specific for this one invoice. It's really, this is the UVL for the Accenture services that then reverses for all those services, and we receive all the bills that would offset that reversal.
The UVL was recorded in 2022, so why is it showing up in the test year?
Because that's when the invoice was received and payment made. So when they pulled the invoices, it was a payment made in that year.
But isn't the UVL the placeholder in 2022 for the expense? So why would it end up in the test year?
No, so we're not saying it's ending up in the test year. I think it's important to go back to the original response to OCC 242. Yes, OCC 242. So what the response asked for was a listing of invoices. And what the company responded with was a listing of invoices. And at the bottom, there's a large credit of about $2 million. Within that large credit, there's three things happening. There's new UVLs, UVRs, and there's a capital offset in there, which is the third component. But speaking just to the UVL, UVRs, that is where you would see the reversals, specifically UVRs. You would see the reversals for those items that were accrued in 2022. And back to my prior statement about when we ultimately book a UVL, we do not have an invoice number that we can say UVL 2234 is related to invoice 2234. So the UVL that's reversing doesn't have a unique identifier that can be like perfectly aligned with an invoice that's received. So in that exhibit 242 attachment 1, I believe, I'm sorry, attachment 5, All the invoices that we received are in there, but all those UVRs are reflected in the credit that's on, I believe it's the very last line of that exhibit.
And it's important to understand, unlike LTI and some of the other examples, that's clear, they have one major contract that they're invoicing. Accenture had multiple contracts, the services for the applications, the managed testing services, some other, so that's why they're grouped as one UVL if we don't have the invoices in at that time. It's not as clean cut as the LTI contract. But they'll invoice us separately by those contracts.
Okay, thank you.
And just to provide a little more clarity too, I think this picks up on the point that Mr. Murray was making. But from the detailed information you're seeing in 2023, obviously at the accrual point, we didn't have that individual identifier identified. We didn't have the invoice, so we wouldn't have the invoice number. We wouldn't have the actual full invoice amount that was processed and paid subsequently. So I think when you're looking at our general ledger detail, to what Mr. Murray alluded to, you're getting more of that detail actually flowing through the system at that point in time. But like you mentioned, it would have been accrued through a group evaluation for Accenture at the end of 2022. It's just in our ledger detail that you're seeing, it's specifically processed in fiscal year 2023, and that's why you're seeing more of the actual detailed information in our ledger.
Thank you. My next questions are related to the second and fifth invoices in late filed exhibit 57. And those are regarding invoice number 233-17960, and that's LTI Mindtree Limited, and invoice 233-08746 in subscription. Both of these explanations refer to line 1419 and attachment 4 of the company's response to interrogatory OCC 242 as evidence that 2022 estimated amounts were reversed in 2023. Has the company provided an itemization of the $2,396,661 credit shown on line 1419 that would allow the authority to confirm that the specific items in question were reversed?
We can certainly supplement this response with that level of detail. I don't believe on the record to date that breakout is there, but we can provide that.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that's a supplement to late file exhibit 57.
Next, I have some questions regarding income tax expense. My first question is regarding late filed exhibit 80. And let's see. And I'll also be asking questions regarding late filed exhibit 80 attachment 1.
I'm there.
So this late filed exhibit was a request for the source documents and underlying calculations of the company's current and deferred income tax work papers. Some of the data in late filed exhibit 80 does not appear to align with the company's final late filed exhibit 1, which is the third revision of late filed exhibit 1. Can you explain why the company used late file exhibit 1, the second revision, rather than the third revision of late filed 1 for purposes of responding to late filed exhibit 80?
Sure, it was just timing, Attorney Keenan. The request was received by the time the work was performed. LFE 02, the third revision, wasn't yet available for the tax team to perform that level of review. So the tax team did it on revision 2 LFE 01.
Thank you. Can you please turn to page 1 of attachment 1 of late filed exhibit 80?
I'm there.
I'm looking at row 28. There's a section that's entitled normalized timing differences. Can you describe what is meant by normalized timing differences?
Sure. These are your standard annual book to tax differences that are evaluated on a quarterly basis. And then, of course, during the annual return preparation basis to ensure that the company's the tax expense is determined appropriately. So it's really your book to tax differences.
Thank you. I now want to turn to line 50. And this line is labeled COR. Is COR an acronym for cost of removal?
Correct.
What would cause timing differences related to cost of removal?
I believe if you could just give me a minute, I think we actually provided something on the record. Just give me a minute. Let me find it. Thank you for that pause. I was thinking we actually described in RE 131, but we were just requested for the amount. So apologies for that. I thought we put that on the record. If you just, based on my understanding on core has a cash difference, right, between recognition, measurement, and actual cash inflow outflow. So the tax department would have to use that information, which I believe subject to checked, it is received from the plan accounting organization in order to determine the amount that is deemed as a core, what I'll call a core tax adjustment from a cash versus accrual basis.
So if you look at the information provided for cost of removal, it looks like there were no timing differences during the test year and no test year pro forma adjustments. But there is a rate year adjustment of negative $39.378 million. Is that correct?
On line 50, yes, I see what you're pointing to, yep.
Can you explain why there were no temporary differences in the test year, but over 39 million assumed in the rate year?
Yes, if you just give me a minute to confirm, thank you. Thank you for that. So it's presentation related. If you look at line 55 in column F, you have the 77,992, which is your test year. If you go to your support 4.2, that breaks down line 55. So in 4.2, which gets you to your 77,992, you will see on line 27 is your core amount of 34,442. Now, again, going back, I'll give you a second to go to support 4.2. You're there. Okay. So if you're on support 4.2 tab, you'll see on line 27, you have your core line 27. Do you see that? And that's 34,442. Now, this is a rolling supporting schedule that takes you down to the total 77,992. That then ties back to the page one, the 77,992 that I was stating. It's more presentation than anything else. We included it on one line item on line 55 in the test year. But if you go to the rate year, it's broken out on its own separate line item on line 50. And so for the rate year, it's estimated at 39,378. For the test year, that equivalent is 34,442.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Was there a specific reason why you presented it differently for the test year and the rate year?
I really don't think there was a specific reason. It's likely just the way the information was fed through. If I can confer, I don't believe there is, but let me check. So the tax department prepares, like, the tax depreciation number is prepared, generally speaking, in their work papers as one number. They have the detail there, which is why they included in support 4.2 the breakout. So in preparation for the test year, that is how it was prepared. In preparation for the rate year, because they're getting it from different sources in order to build the rate year, the information was laid out as is with more detail broken out. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
One minute, please.
Sure.
I have another follow-up question. This has to do with support 11.
Sure.
And if you look at the tab, support 11, it looks like the cost of removal is broken out the same way the test year was done.
Test year, which column are you looking at? I don't see the test year in Schedule 11. I apologize. What I see is year 2025 and year 2026.
Correct. I guess what I'm saying is that the rate year in support 11 it breaks out the cost of removal. It has a similar calculation, similar information to support, is it 4.1 or 4.2, the test year support.
Okay, one moment. All right, sorry about that. So I just want to make sure that I understood the schedule and that I wasn't missing anything because I was confused by the question as well, trying to figure out exactly the confusion on where it lies on the line item. So your cost of removal timing difference, right, on line 7, that's your rate year number, the 39,378. So that number is disclosed on page 1 again, correct? Just want to make sure you follow me there on page 1. Line, let me grab that line number for you. Hold on one second. On line 50, column L, the 39,378. So that's your rate year adjustment that gets you to your rate year ending 39,378 in column N. I just want to pause and make sure you guys are following me. So that 39,378 rate year 1 is your cost of removal for rate year 1. Going back to your support 11, that's your line 7, column E, the 39,378. Okay. Your line 12, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
No, yeah, please continue.
Okay, thank you. And then your line 12 is your, what we can say, the line 12 does not include cost of removal, right? But your test year pro forma adjustment of the 77.9 million does. And so it should, right? Because there's nothing for your test year pro forma on line 7 that is really your cost of removal because it's on line 12. So the company could have broken it out so it was easier to, had the company broken it out, you would have seen it on line 7 as an adjustment, but it's within the work paper. Like if you look through the workbook, you can see that audit trail. So you have your rate year, line 7 is your cost of removal, 39,378, which ties to your page 1 rate year. And then you have your line 12 of your rate year, negative 10 million in column E. Now that cannot include cost of removal because we broke it out above, right? So your test year pro forma adjustment has to include your cost of removal because it's included on line 7.
Thank you very much. Can you just tell me where the numbers in the support 11 sheet are from? Because they're all hard coded.
Yeah, just give me a minute. Hold on one second. So your columns B and C are based on information provided through the forecasting process. And then your column E, formulaically driven to take a representative value of the last 2 months in calendar year 2025, excuse me. So your column B, and then the first 10 months of your column C to get your representative value for your rate year 1. Starting November 1, 2025.
Do you mind elaborating on what you mean by they come from the forecasting process?
So we have our budgeting team and then we have our long range plan team. Our long range plan team works closely with all of the functional areas across the organization to build a long range plan. So that team is pulling together information that is beyond just the budgeted year. So in the case of building the rate case, when we were building the rate case, we were using a test year of 2023. And then at the time, we had budgeted information for 2024. So information to build the rate year would have essentially fallen into 2025 and 2026, which would have come from this area of the organization that builds beyond that 1-year lookout period. And so they're working very closely, obviously, with the functional areas to determine, how many capital investments are we going to have in the year? What are our capital expenditures, et cetera? So that information is where this came from when building the rate year.
Would you be able to supplement late file Exhibit 80 Attachment 1 with the supporting calculations?
Sure. Would you just explain which, do you want me to supplement for column B and C on supplement page 11? Support 11?
That would be great. Thank you.
Will do. You're welcome.
I have a few questions next regarding late filed Exhibit 79.
I'm there.
Thank you. In late filed Exhibit 79, the company states that it expects to generate a cumulative $57,687,049 amount in the rate year of fixed capital investment credits eligible to be utilized. The company further states that the company has fully reserved against the FCIC through the FASB FIN number 48 uncertain tax position reserve totaling $57,687,049 in the same amount, which has the effect of equally offsetting the accumulated deferred income tax or ADIT asset associated with the FCIC. My first question concerns the $57 million that the company states it will generate in the rate year. FCIC is calculated as 5% of certain capital expenditures, correct?
Of qualifying, yeah. That is correct. It's 5% of eligible.
In Schedule F dash 7.0 of the company's application, the company provided its capital expenditures budget. The total capital expenditures for the rate year for 2026 is approximately $400 million. And for 2025, it is $371 million. I understand that the rate year spans 2025 and 2026, but even assuming the 2026 capital expenditures of $400 million, that would only result in 20 million, i.e. 400 million times 5% in FCIC generated during the rate year, correct?
So that is qualifying only, number one. Number two, this is cumulative, so includes roll-off of expiration. So that's the other piece you're missing.
The 57 is million?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So there's roll-off there, which will decrease that amount.
Would you be able to tell me now the breakdown of the 57 million by year for the past 5 years through the rate year?
Let me see if I have enough information. I may not. Just.
Or as a read-in?
So let me make sure I understand your question. You're looking to get the last 5 years all the way through the end of the rate year where we estimated our expected fixed capital credit, cumulative fixed capital credit balance in the accumulated deferred income tax.
I'm looking for the amounts that add up to 57 million.
If possible, we could probably do it read-in tomorrow. I'm happy to do that tomorrow if we just have the evening to pull it together.
That would be great. Thank
Okay.
you. So I'm
You're
just
welcome.
looking for the amounts that make up that 57 million.
So I just want to make sure I give you the answer, the information you're looking for. When you say amounts, what I'm seeing is like a roll forward, starting like maybe in like a 2018 rolling forward, the increases and decreases in is that okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Chairman, just to mark that for the record, I know there was something called read-in 4, which was satisfied, I believe, on the record. So I just want to confirm, do you want that labeled as read-in 5?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. With regard to the accounting of the FCIC, did the company record a deferred tax asset for it?
There is a deferred tax asset in FERC account 190, but there's an equal and offsetting contra deferred tax asset that's also sitting in a group FERC account 190. So net, there is zero impact to the accumulated deferred income tax assets.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And when you refer to, I think you said that the corresponding was in the FIN 48 reserve. Is that what
Correct. It's referred to as uncertain tax positions under the accounting guidance termed FIN 48, which came out, I think, like in 2007. So it's a longstanding accounting pronouncement that required companies in cases where they believed that they had a tax position that they believed would not be utilized, that they had to record a UTP, an uncertain tax position. So it acts as a contra asset. So if you have a position, in this case, a fixed capital credit that the company believes will not be utilized, it will reserve against it through that uncertain tax position, FIN 48 contra asset. So it's in 190, but it acts as a contra asset, so it's actually a credit. Think about it almost like your accounts receivable and then your reserve to the accounts receivable. When you have uncertain receivables, it's the same thing in a FIN 48 position where if you're uncertain that you're going to receive that benefit, then you create this contra asset. And for the fixed capital credits, it's 100%.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
No.
Can I do a quick follow-up on the FIN 48 estimate? Is the company testimony that
Mr.
Yankee is claiming that the entire $57.8 million is classified as a UTP?
Yes, the company's position, so our tax organization's position is that the entire fixed capital credit will likely not be utilized before they expire. That is correct.
And generally, the FCIC expire five years after accumulation, and the company has not been able to use it. Is that correct?
Based on my understanding, most of the Yankee Gas's fixed capital credit since the beginning of the start of the FIN 48 has been fully reserved because it has been difficult to utilize the fixed capital credits for a myriad of reasons. There's, in past history, past practice, there's been bonus depreciation, there's been tax loss. So when you have a tax loss from a tax perspective, you have losses, you're not going to be able, excuse me, as I hit the microphone. You're not going to be able to take that credit because you have a tax loss. You don't have a tax liability. So through the years when you have a state tax return that does produce a tax loss, you have years past where you have depreciation expense that has been recognized on the state tax return. You are likely not going to be able to utilize that even in the course over a 5-year period. Again, our tax department, through their experience with the fixed capital credit for Yankee Gas, has made the decision to record 100% of a reserve because they don't expect it to be utilized. In addition to that, the state tax returns go through a full investigation from the Department of Revenue Services. So that also occurs where they have to review all of the state tax returns on an annual basis. And so that's also part of the review and the process on whether or not they ultimately decide whatever the tax return was filed, whether or not they have any adjustments to it. So there's uncertainty is what I'm saying. The last time that the company had their state tax return reviewed by the Department of Revenue Services, if you give me 1 second, I can pull that up. It's on the record. Thank you for your patience. It's disclosed in the footnotes to our FERC Form 2, and the last time that Yankee Gas's tax went through a full investigation in the state of Connecticut was 2019. So we're still open to tax audit review from 2020 and onward. Thank you.
Subject to check, I believe the testimony in this proceeding was that Yankee was able to utilize FCIC in 2023. Is that correct?
According to the state tax return and what's disclosed in the state tax return, they were able to utilize a small portion of it. That is correct, and I can point you to that. I believe it's filed confidentially. I can point you to the line item. I just can't disclose the amount. Would you like me to do that, Mr. Bakari?
Actually, I think the amount is in public record. It's about $2.3 million in 2023.
No, so if I could, that was the estimate when they recorded the tax provision. So yes, I think Attorney Keenan, you had crossed me in 3 weeks ago in the hearing. So that was the amount that was recorded based on the tax estimates. So there's quarterly tax estimates that are recorded in a tax provision that is calculated on a quarterly basis. Now, fast forward to the state tax return filing, when they do a full review and they do their return to provision, that was not what was ultimately taken in the tax return. It was significantly less than that. I think it was like not even 10% or maybe roughly 10%. And I just gave away a number, sorry.
Chairman, I think I would like the company to supplement LFE 579 to show what the balance of the accrued FCIC was as of 2019 and the annual amount accrued as of 2000 annually for 2020 through 2025. October 2025, and if the company was able to utilize any of the annual amount accrued since 2019.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask if that was clear.
Yes, Mr. Bakari, I believe that was so the roll forward, right, will show additions, expirations, but in addition to that, because it sounds like you wanted beginning of time roll forward, but I believe you're also asking for utilization, correct, which is missing from that roll forward?
Exactly. That's why I don't want the reading. I would rather have a supplement to LFE 579 that shows what the balance was as of December 31st, 2019.
Okay.
What the annual accretion were for 2020 through 2025, October 2025, and what the annual utilization was for any of those periods.
Yes, and expiration. Yes, I see what
Any
you're asking
expiration
for.
for any of those years, yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bakari. We can do that.
Okay. That's all.
Can you direct me to the line items on the B schedules where the FCIC deferred tax asset and offsetting? And the offsetting FIN 48 amount are reflected?
In the B schedules, you said?
Yes, if you could, please.
Sure. Give me one moment. Yeah. Okay, thank you for your patience. Okay, and I'm going to use Mr. Murray's computer and mine together because I have notes here, and thank you, Mr. Murray. 7B7. Sorry, Doug. See. This is my class. Okay.
Are you ready? That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your patience. So we pulled up B 1.0. You would see that on line 20. So let me just walk you through that. As I explained earlier, your fixed capital credit is a deferred tax asset. And so that's going to be recorded to FERC account 190. So it will be included in B 1.0 on line 20 as a DTA. So that would increase rate base. Now your FIN 48 uncertain tax position, I'll give you a moment.
Sorry, I'm just trying to.
No, please go ahead.
You said line 20?
Yes, that is correct. Line 20 in schedule. Oh, work paper. I'm sorry, it's WP. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. Actually, line 20.
Okay, perfect. So that is your roll-up of your deferred tax assets and liabilities, your full deferred portfolio. So that includes your FERC account 190,000 that's associated with your fixed capital credit benefit, right? So the company records it, it's a deferred tax asset, it would increase your rate base. However, the company then fully reserves against it as indicated. So we have a contra asset of 194C0 and 194.80 for the state and federal portion of that. Now, the federal is when you take that state deduction, because clearly it's a state, excuse me, not deduction, sorry, credit. When you take that state credit, it will increase your federal income tax expense because your state tax deduction on your federal is lower. So there's a component of that that is federal related. So that's recorded as well. So you are essentially negating the entire value of your fixed capital credit. So net, it's a zero impact to your line item in WP 1.0, line 20, excuse me.
Do you mind repeating that? I think I must be on the.
Sure. You have your deferred tax asset 190,000, then you have your FIN 48 uncertain tax position equal offset that's sitting in your portfolio of deferred taxes acting as a contra asset.
Can I see that on here? I guess that's what I was, that's what I was looking. That's why I wasn't sure if I heard you correctly. So.
Yeah, so your B schedule is your total, right? That's your total deferred tax portfolio. We'd have to take you to the detail. Well, if you just give me one moment, I might have something on the record to help. 1 minute.
Thank you. What it was, right? Wow. What's the difference? Oh, so the positive, the negative, plus other stuff. Okay.
Um, One minute, I just want to confirm something. So I do have a place that I believe will be helpful. If you go to your, our original filing in Exhibit YGS-RevRec-2-H dash 1.0, the FERC Form 2, our original FERC Form 2 filing in the rate case application. So if you go to, let me find the right page for you. Hold on. I believe it's page 234. The
Do you
FERC.
need her, do you need her to restate that exhibit? Okay,
I
you have it.
Do you have it up?
yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Pace. Let me pull up the page. I believe it's page 234. There is a page that breaks out.
Can you give the PDF page instead of the form page?
Oh, sure. Yes, of course. It is on page 96 of 183.
I've got that. I see it.
Okay, perfect. Now, if you look at this page, this is the FERC Form 2 requirement to break out the accumulated deferred income tax FERC account 190. So this is just the deferred tax asset side. So this is where you're going to have your asset and your contra asset. So if you look at your third line, and I apologize, there's no numbers on the left-hand side. If you look at your third line item, you're going to see your ASC 74010 FIN 48 contra asset. And you'll see your 194.80, that and the 190.00. I wish there were line items here. I'm so sorry. If you go down to your account 190.000 section, which is the last section before you get your total, do you see the corporate business tax section?
Yep.
Okay, that includes at the end of the year a balance of 33,756,000. That includes your fixed capital credit asset of 41 million, less the federal impact.
Okay.
And then on line, go through 3 lines above that, and you'll see the reserve for disputed transactions, account 194.80, the 9466668. Do you see that number?
That I see.
That includes your federal offset. And then on line 194C0, that's your uncertain tax position reversal. Now, the amount in 9466668 is a component of the 41,315, which is the contra, the 190.00, which is your deferred tax asset, and the offset of the federal, that nets to 0.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So is it correct to say that FCIC has no impact, positive or negative, on any aspect of the company's proposed revenue requirement?
That is correct. There's no positive, or the companies are held harmless.
Is the company familiar with the concept of a valuation allowance under Accounting Standards Codification, or ASC 740?
I am familiar with VAs, yes.
Did the company utilize a valuation allowance for purposes of reflecting the impact of the FCIC?
No, that's a good question. So VAs are separate. The UTP is what's utilized. So the UTP essentially acts like a VA, if you will. Your valuation allowance, like if you have a net operating loss carry forward or something, your VA allowances are similar, right? They're kind of a reserve in the tax world. Your UTP is separate from the VA. So we have used the UTP for purposes of the fixed capital credit in its entirety.
Okay. So under ASC 740-10-55-7, a valuation allowance is described as something to be recognized if it is more likely than not that some portion or all of the deferred tax asset will not be realized. This appears to describe the situation the company is presenting in this proceeding. If a valuation allowance was not utilized, can you please explain why?
It is a valuation allowance. It's just, and in my terms, a tax accountant would probably tell me, what are you saying? But remember, a valuation allowance is a reserve. The UTP is a reserve. Valuation allowance has been around probably since before I was born, and that's saying many years, many decades. UTPs just came out. So UTP was a new requirement where the companies had to record an uncertain tax position separate from VAs, where they were taking a position in a tax return that was still subject to examination that was unlikely to be allowed, if that makes sense. So I'm not a tax expert on FIN 48 and valuation allowances, so, but I do remember this at the time when FIN 48 did come out, that VA was very separate and distinct and had been a tax, I'll call it a tax tool for many, many years. And then FIN 48 came out. When FIN 48 came out, the company evaluated its portfolio of any tax positions that were taken within tax returns. Fixed capital credit was an item that was identified for which they had to use the FIN 48 UTP reserve.
So are you using the FIN 48 because you're not, it's not more likely than not?
The
You're
FIN
gonna-
48 is, the position the company's taking is that it's highly unlikely that it will be able to utilize the fixed capital credit.
But it might still use it? Or
If it's utilized and in the tax return, it's still subject to investigation, and that's one of the FIN 48 statements. If you look at the FIN 48 language, it actually says if you have taken a position and the company is still uncertain and is subject to an investigation or an audit, then the company has to make a decision on whether or not they believe it is more likely than not, highly probable, greater than 50% probability scenario, all of like the accounting assumptions that you use. And from the standpoint of the tax organization at Eversource with Yankee Gas's fixed capital credit, the decision was made that it's likely not going to be able to utilize it, which is why it's using 100% reserve against it.
thank you.
You're welcome.
The deferred tax that the company reported in account 190, was that based only on FCIC that the company declared to be subject to UTP on certain position, or there are other transactions that the company claimed to have on certain position? So that $41 million is not just FCIC related?
Actually, it is. The $41 million is all FCIC related. As we indicated in the response that Attorney Keenan was referring to, I hope I'm answering your question, Mr. Bakari. I'll stop there in case I'm not. Please continue.
So based on your testimony, the company does not have any UTP position related to any other transaction besides the FCIC?
As of now, if you give me one second, hold on, let me just confirm. Okay, so there were UTPs in 2023 at the end of the year, subject to check that rolled off. Now, at the end of December 31, 2024, if you look at the most recent FERC Form 2 filing, it is 100% fixed capital credit. The state tax credit disclosed within the FERC Form 2 ties to the UTP reserve.
Okay, we're gonna take our afternoon break before we continue with authority staff questions. So let's break until 4 p.m., please. Still a minute early.
Where's your jumping jacks?
Hmm. Okay, I believe we can go back on the record. If there's nothing before we resume, Attorney Pace.
No administrative matters. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Then let's resume cross for this panel. Attorney Keenan, please.
Mr. Bakar is going to ask one question before I.
Please.
Mrs. Perota, regarding the company paying 48 position as pertain to the FCIC, has the company ever been audited by either the state or the federal government regarding whether the eligibility or deductibility of the FCIC for income tax purpose?
Based on my understanding, there have been tax audit reviews that have been performed where the entirety of the tax return has been challenged, including the fixed capital credit that was proposed to be included. I won't use the term proposed, excuse me, that was included in the tax return filing, the state tax return filing. Your specific question would be speculative on my part. I would not know the answer of whether or not it was specifically related to fixed capital credit. What I do know, it was holistically evaluated and challenged.
What was the basis for the company making or taking on the position that the FCIC by themselves should be treated as a UTP? If there's never been an audited that resulted in either disallowances or reduction of the FCIC taken in the past?
I believe subject to check, it's based on history. So if you look in our, if you look back in history in the time that Fin 48 came out again around the 2007 and then effective probably around the 2008 timeframe, the fixed capital credits were viewed as being highly unlikely to be utilized. And through practice of the tax organization. So it is really that organization that ultimately determines how much they will utilize. And from their experience, they have not been able to utilize much of it. And so every year they reserve against it at 100%.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I have a few questions regarding the ESCO capital funding expense. And my first question is regarding late file exhibit 62.
I'm there, thank you.
The company calculated its capital funding expense based on ESCO's total 2023 capitalization without adjusting for any timing differences, temporary or permanent, correct?
I'm so sorry, Attorney Keenan. Can you repeat that one more time? I lost you in the middle.
The company calculated its capital funding expense based on ESCO's total 2023 capitalization without adjusting for any timing differences, whether temporary or permanent, correct?
That's where I lost you. When you're saying temporary or permanent timing differences, I just want, if you wouldn't mind explaining that further. Because the capital, so the capital funding mechanism, as you know, is the rate of return at the shared service company that is calculated based on whatever the balance is on a monthly basis, rolling average balance of whatever the company is invested in, and then determines that return. I'm losing sight of timing. If you could just describe that further. Thank you.
Based on the, so let me back here again. Based on the fact that you're calculating your capital funding on the overall equity and long-term debt outstanding, does the timing differences between book and tax affect the calculation?
All right, so you're referring to the tax gross up and the timing differences on the tax gross up. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you were talking about the tax implications. Okay, so you're asking, again, one more time, whether or not the company is adjusting for timing differences. It's an expense. It's an expense that is automatically during the company's month-end close, allocated down to the operating companies. And then the following month, when there's the intercompany affiliated cash settlement payments that happen, it's paid. So it's an expense incurred by Yankee Gas Services Company for costs that are incurred for services provided by a shared service company. So let me take a step back. It's an expense that is automatically charged to the operating companies, including Yankee Gas, on a monthly basis. The following month, when there's cash settlement and the intercompany affiliated company cash settles, there's a payment made. So from a Yankee Gas perspective, there's really no timing difference. Does that make sense? It's cash settled monthly.
Generally, some expenses due to tax allowances can create timing either temporary or permanent between book and tax. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I did not catch the start of the question.
Generally, operating expenses due to allowances for book or for tax purpose can create timing differences that are some of them who have a tax implication. Is that correct?
Typically, your book to tax differences are balance sheet changes. If something is recorded to your income statement, again, unless there's permanent differences or flow through differences, typically you're getting that deduction unless there's an IRC code requirement that changes the expense. Like, for example, one that comes to mind is like, just thinking back to my accounting days, it's meals and entertainment. You get 50% of a deduction in your tax return, but 50% you do not. That's a permanent difference. So you're going to have a permanent book to tax difference there. But your temporary differences are typically your balance sheet changes.
And the company's proprietary capitals and its long-term debt should not create any timing differences, should they, between book and tax?
So are you referring to the company being shared service company that has the assets on its books and records and the long-term debt there?
Yes.
Okay. I think I know what you're asking, Mr. Bakari. So on shared services company, there are book and tax differences that are associated with the costs that relate to ultimately what generates the return. That's separate. That's done on shared service company's tax return. What you're asking about is the expense that is charged out to the operating companies on the return associated with those investments. That expense lands on Yankee Gas's books as an expense, and they pay it. They turn that payment around again within usually the next month's close when the cash is settled. So there's no real timing difference between that cash, that cash is going out the door, it's a real expense to Yankee Gas. They're getting that deduction for that service provided from the shared service company in that annual tax return.
The capital funding, the ISCO capital funding that you are requesting in this rate case is not based on the average rate base, similar to what Yankee filed on its books and record. Is that correct?
The ESCO capital return is based on a return that's calculated on the equity of ESCO average equity. And it's actually calculated on a monthly basis.
But it's not based on what we, for utility operating income, it's not based on rate base, it's based on the overall capitalization of ISCO. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, because the shared service company, yes.
That's all.
Page 46.
Yes, please.
So I'm not.
Just for 1 second, would it be possible to calculate ISCO rate base for 2023 based on its gross plant and service, computed depreciation rate, and all the deferred credits that he has on his balance sheet as of 2023?
Yes, we can provide that.
What's the level we talk about? Like 62. Can we supplement lead 562 by calculating the 2023 rate base for ISCO? And based on the company's allocation using plant allocation factor, what portion of that would be attributable to Yankee?
If you wouldn't mind just repeating that last section, if that's what you're expecting to
If
be.
you calculate the company's average rate base,
Yes,
which is the overall rate base for share service company,
yes.
but if you have to allocate that average rate base to any of the operating company, how much of that should be attributable to Yankee as an operating company?
Okay. I can walk you through, if you give me 1 minute, I'll take you to the page. Okay. If you go to LFE 061, attachment 2, page 3 of 4, page 3 of 4, excuse me.
Attachment 1.
I'm sorry, LFE 061, attachment 2, page 3 of 4. So this is a good indicator of the plan assets that are sitting at shared service companies' books and records are at shared service because they are being utilized by more than one operating company. In order for the company to determine how to allocate those costs, they evaluate whatever asset is sitting at shared service companies' books and ask themselves, who is going to benefit from this asset once it's placed in service? That is how ultimately the plan accounting organization, the functional area, whoever the subject matter experts are in building that asset and ultimately who's going to benefit from it, determine the rate code that will be used to charge down the depreciation expense and the return for that plan asset. So the reason why I'm walking you through this, Mr. Bokhari, is because I think what you're asking me is, if you look at your net asset value, how would you determine what amount is Yankee Gas related? Well, the way I would determine it is I would go back to my plan accounting organization. They have actually provided this to us in the past, so the information is available to look at all the subgroup plan assets at service company, determine the rate code that was applied when that asset was originally placed in service for the depreciation, and then that will give me my net asset value that would be ascribed to Yankee Gas. Does that make sense?
It does, but I still want the supplement calculation, the Yankees ISCO rate, average rate base as of 2023, because all this does and tell me is that roughly about 9.9 point something % of the overall assets is being allocated to Yankee using this allocator.
Okay, so do you want us to build the rate base in that way? Is that what you're asking us to do?
No, I'm asking you to build a rate base that's based on ISCO planting service.
Total, right, 100%.
100%. Reduce it for all credits, including depreciation reserve and all deferred credits.
Okay.
And make any adjustment that's based on any assumption that the company think is feasible. And then based on this allocator or any other allocator, how much of that is attributed to Yankees?
Okay, and is it okay if I use those allocators that we have in the underlying data? That's what I'm asking. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine.
So to confirm, all that's going to be in the supplement to late file 62, and it sounds like the witness, we can provide the information that was requested. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Would you please turn to Schedule H-1.3 of your application?
I'm there.
Thank you. And if you could turn to page 46 of the PDF.
I'm there.
And the amount on line 40 represents the total ESCO amount in account 930.2 before allocation to the operating companies, correct?
Let me just read around it one sec. Correct.
Thank you. And ESCO allocates $650,000, $247 of the 66 million on line 40 to Yankee, correct?
Where did you get that first number, if you could help me?
Yes. Where's that count? Where did this?
It's, if you look at, it's the amount that's in account 930 TXA. And if you look at late file exhibit 2, it refers to interrogatory, the company's response to interrogatory RRU 370. And it talks about the $650,000 operating expense for the company in the rate year. That's allocated to the company through account 930 TXA.
Yes, so the 930 TXA, we did talk about that in a couple of places in our original discovery. Let me see if I can pull up one of them where we described it.
Also, if you have little file 64, that will also be an Excel 70. That's what I believe you described it that allocated NOSCO income tax bill.
Mr. Bakar, you were referring to LFE
LFE 64.
064, right?
Excel 75.
930, I'm looking for my 930 TXA. It should be, yep, okay. Yes, so that NUSCO income tax billed to Yankee Gas, that 930 TXA, excuse me, let me just switch glasses. That 930 TXA is the amount of the, I touched upon this earlier. There's permanent differences at shared service company. Those permanent differences result in, to your point, expense items that can't be taken for tax purposes. So those are, the 930 TXA is the representative amount that's been charged by shared service company down to Yankee Gas. So the 600 and excuse me, I lost it, the 650,247 in FERC account 930 TXA is the total for the year of what was deemed to be permanent book to tax differences recognized by shared service company and charged down to the operating companies. And I know there was some confusion in the last hearing where we talked about the capital funding has the tax gross up. That is separate. That is the tax gross up related to the actual return. This is that permanent difference, permanent tax permanent tax items because they are deemed not deductible for tax purposes under the IRC code. So it's a lost, if you will, it's a lost tax benefit. So on shared service companies' books, those are properly recorded as a tax qualifying event on the income statement, but it gets pushed down because it's a lost benefit. So that gets pushed down to all the other operating companies through the through the tax transactions and your final state and federal tax return completion through the tax provision, return to provision tax adjustments. Thank you.
Before Attorney But before my legal advisor proceed, the question she asked earlier was that 650,247 part of the $66 million in the from 60 that was cited earlier. That a component of the amount in the account 930.2.
Let me just confirm, because at the ESCO level, those should be recorded in their tax FERC accounts. That's why I was when you mentioned the 630, I immediately thought of the 930 TXA, but then we were looking at that 930.2 and I wasn't making that correlation. So just let me confirm with my team, because I believe I have something that can help us. One sec. Okay, thank you for that break. So there is a schedule that we filed that does give the total. The team is now trying to find the exact page where we can point to. So they're working on that now. But if you go to RRU 370 attachment 2 that we filed, page 1. The service company tax expense that was billed to all of the affiliated companies, that's in your column G, line 14. So that's the 7,541,000. That in and of itself has a tax gross up component in order for the tax expense to be paid. So you have a grossed up expense to be billed to affiliates of the 10,208. The amount that's being allocated to Yankee Gas, if you look in column K on line 18, that is your $650,000. The remaining amount that is impacting all of the other affiliated companies, non-Yankee Gas, is in column M, and that's your $9,558,000. So right now, the team is working on finding for you where on the record you can tie line 14, column G, back into the financial statements. And we can provide that as a read-in if we want to continue.
Since the 650,200.
Can I just confirm, I'm sorry for stepping in, I just want to confirm, does Mr. Bakari want that as a read-in 6? The information that Ms. Peruta offered? I just want to make sure that we mark it for the record if you want it as a read-in.
No, because based on the testimony, it's not part of the $66 million. It's part of the different number that is $10 million. So I don't.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to confirm that.
Okay, since the $650,247 in account 930 TXA is a 2023 expense, explain why this amount is proposed as a rate year income tax expense.
It's an expense that has been allocated from shared service company. So I believe this amount, in fact, I'm certain this amount is in our O&M residual SFR schedule. So that, and I'm just going to confirm with Mr. Murray, my colleague here, I believe we took our O&M residual because it is pretty much, we do the best we can to make sure everything is allocated between all the SFR schedules. Our O&M residual is what we couldn't. That was escalated at GDPPI. It's a representative level of the expenses that will be incurred in the rate year using the test year. That is a cost that the company incurred as a result of shared service company providing services to Yankee Gas at its representative level. And so that's why we included it in the rate year.
The permanent timing differences that resulted in the 650,247 was based on 2023, and it resulted in a tax expense that the company gross up to that amount. So why is that a tax expense for the rate year? I believe that was the question.
So these are recurring, and it's not timing differences, they're permanent. So timing differences are temporary in nature. These are permanent differences for costs that the company, shared service company, expects to incur on an annual basis. So we will always have timing difference, excuse me, now I'm saying the word. We expect to have these permanent differences as a representative level in the rate year because that is what we see in the test year. So these permanent differences are the result of expenses incurred at the shared service company that we do not see going away. And so they will recur in the rate year as well.
Can you confirm if the company has filed its 2023 income tax return in any of these updates or revision to prior request?
We have on record the Yankee Gas state tax return for 2022 and 2023, as well as the Yankee Gas federal tax return for 2022 and 2023.
Do you know which particular response that is? You can make a reference, either as a reading or.
Sure. Yes, absolutely. I'm so sorry. Yes, it is in, I think, RRU, let me just confirm, RRU 19 and RRU 20, but please give me one moment. One moment. I have so many things open. There we go. It is. Yes, correct. It's in RRU 19 and RRU 20.
Yes. Mhm.
I'd like to request a supplement to late file exhibit 62. If the company can provide another worksheet summarizing all 2023 items with permanent timing differences and include their book basis and tax basis amounts that created the additional federal and state income tax of $650,247 in account 930 TXA.
We've got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to now turn to late filed exhibit 64 and attachment 1 to late filed exhibit 64.
I'm so sorry, Attorney Keenan. I missed that last sentence.
It's late filed exhibit 64. the response plus the attachment.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, we have that.
Thank you. And looking at Excel row 98 on attachment 1 to late file exhibit 64, would you explain why the cost of removal allocated by ESCO, account 108, was included in Yankee's rate base in Schedule B-3.0?
Sorry, 1 second. I have the physical copy, so I'm just getting the
Oh.
Excel pulled up. And that was referenced to what line? I'm sorry. In Excel.
98.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for that time. I just wanted to confirm. So these are charges on Yankee Gas's books related to service company employees that are working on capital projects for Yankee Gas. So just like any other time charging, when they work on a capital project, they record their time to that capital project. To the extent it's related to Yankee Gas, it gets allocated to them from the service company. And it gets recorded. In this instance, you're referring to specifically 108, which is accumulated depreciation or cost of removal. And it would be treated just like Yankee direct cost removal.
And just to add to that, it's charges from the shared service company that are deemed capitalizable. So it could be more than, as Mr. Murray indicated correctly, it's labor, but it could be outside contractors that are hired by the shared service company for Yankee Gas to perform a capital project. And then that would get charged out through the intercompany affiliate transaction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If the company's general ledger does not keep detailed records to align ESCO's allocated expenses with data reported in the SFR schedules, explain how Yankee compiled data related to ESCO's allocated expenses that are not reported in the SFR schedules.
So we use the FERC accounts. So essentially the items that are recorded, or I should say, come from the service company to Yankee Gas that are recorded to FERC accounts included within the company's cost of service, those would be reflected in our cost of service. So I think we've talked before about the standard filing requirements are a set of guidelines for rate cases when we come in to submit those applications, A schedules, B schedules, C schedules, but each of those individual schedules are sort of unique and have evolved over time. We don't account for those on our books. We don't account for each of those SFRs separately. We account based on the uniform system of accounts, which is really FERC account based. So we looked through all these accounts. We determined which ones were reflected in the cost of service, and those would be included. And items such as like 107, which is construction work in progress, not used in useful assets, those are not included in rate base. And therefore, they would not be included for purposes of the service company allocated portion to Yankee Gas. They're not included either.
And to add to Mr. Murray's point, it's that when we built the rate case application, we built it based on what the company has seen in past practice, other rate cases. So there's information that was provided within the SFR schedules based on our experience. Now, if the commission or, if there is a request to have things presented differently in a future rate case, the company can certainly change that presentation. We just have to be requested that, because right now that's not how we present it, right? We present the costs as costs within the SFR schedules in order for then the company to perform all of the detailed work within each SFR schedule in order to present that cost estimate in the rate year.
Thank you. Thank you. Subject to check, the total amount of those FERC accounts that Yankee stated are not included in the 2023 cost of service is approximately $20 million. Please explain why amounts for those FERC accounts were not included in Yankee's 2023 cost of service and the impact of their exclusion.
So I think the majority of that is related to what I just referenced as CWIP, construction work in progress. So when those come over, that would be to our prior testimony, that would be service company employees that would be charging capital projects appropriately, that would then be allocated down to the operating company, Yankee Gas in this instance. It starts in CWIP, and we do not include CWIP in rate base. CWIP is related to construction work in progress that is not deemed used and useful, and therefore it's not appropriately put into rate base. Once those projects were to be placed in service, they would move from Yankee's books to 106, which is non-unitized, I believe is the correct term, and then subsequently to 101, at which point they would be included in Yankee's plant.
Turning now to Excel row 123, it's account 403. The company reports a NUSCO depreciation transfer credit of $6,094,460. However, the company did not reflect a $6 million credit in the allocated ESCO depreciation expense in Schedule WPC-3.32. Would you explain why the company did not reflect the credit in Schedule WPC-3.32 of late file Exhibit 1?
1 minute, please.
One moment, please. Just pulling up something.
Isn't 403 your total depreciation? 5273, it is reflected. Hold on. Yeah. I know I tied this out. I just have to find the schedule. I'm so sorry. I know I have this reconciliation because I did the same tie out you tried to do. So please just bear with me one more minute.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Attorney Keenan. It's taking a little longer than I thought it would because I can walk this through. Do you mind if I do a read-in so I can succinctly explain it to you?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Read in 6.
Just, that's for this one, right?
My next question is regarding Excel row 136 and its account 408. The company reports a little over 2 million in general OH taxes. However, the company did not reflect the approximately $2 million in allocated ESCO payroll taxes on page 2 through 5 of Schedule WPC-3.35. Would you please explain why the company did not reflect the taxes in that schedule?
So this is the general service company overhead. The general service company overhead is the it's the benefit that is loaded on labor for general service company employees. Yankee Gas has its own. So every operating company has a loader associated with benefits. These are the taxes that are part of the general service company overhead loader. So what you're seeing here is the amount that gets credited and loaded onto labor as they're charging work orders. The employees charge the work order. It gets loaded with a cost. This is the tax component, and then it gets sprayed back depending on what they're charging, what work order they're charging. And this is specific to just Eversource Energy Service Company employees. Like I said, Yankee Gas has its own. It's called a payroll benefits loader, and it's similar with all of our other operating companies, but this one is specific just to shared service, GSC overhead. We call it GSCOH.
And is it allocated to Yankee?
It's loaded, so it gets loaded onto labor. So if an employee is direct charging, common causal allocating to Yankee Gas, a portion of that would get loaded onto the labor. The tax portion would then get charged to Yankee Gas.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're all set. Sorry, I didn't know if you guys were waiting for us.
Yes, please. You indicated that overhead payroll tax amount is related to labor. The labor costs that are charged to Yankee by ISCO, which schedule reflect that? Which SFR schedule reflect that? Is that C7, WPC7?
So just to clarify, so when the labor is charged, there's an overhead applied to that. That overhead is, as Ms. Peruta mentioned, there's a general service company overhead and a direct payroll benefits overhead for Yankee Gas. The loaded piece is related to the benefits associated with those employees. So what you were referring to for the last two credits of the 6 million and the 2.4 million, those are the credit offsets. But there's a debit that goes along with an employee's time. For every dollar they charge, there's an overhead applied to that, a debit that's applied to that. Those debits are following the labor. So if a person's charging an A&G account, 920, let's say, those overhead debits follow the labor to 920. All of the offset credits are in a single account, and those are the two accounts we had referenced before, 403-100 and 408-150. So what the company does as part of its capitalization analysis is it reallocates all those debits to the appropriate account so that you can see on a net basis the offset credit and all of the debits that came in. So I think we have a file. My pause was trying to find if we had filed this already on the record, but we have a file that I think does what you're looking for, which ties to those amounts that you're seeing on late file 64. And it shows the reallocation of all the debits or those loaded charges in each FERC account that was charged following the labor, and shows the resulting amount that was ultimately applied to each of the schedules. It's a net sum zero game. So all it's doing is reallocating debits that are charged out based on labor to the appropriate offset credit account that you're referring to here for 403-100 and 408-150.
If I understand the testimony, if these are credits that will offset some costs either in labor benefit, that means those costs are overstated by the amount of credit being reflected in here. Is that correct?
Can you please repeat the question? I didn't follow.
If this, take the example of the 6 million credit mentioned earlier and the 2 million in overhead taxes being discussed herein, if those are credit to the entire net of $98 million that the company is reporting as the total charges from ISCO, that to me will indicate the total labor cost and benefit cost would have been overstated by the level of credit in order for them to have a zero effect. Is that my understanding?
No, I was speaking only to the reallocation of the benefit loaded portion into the, I'll call it the appropriate offset account, the credit offset credit account. That's a zero sum game. So that's what I was referring to. We move, so there's, and I'm looking at the schedule here. I know it's not on the record, but there's 80 different FERC accounts that based on the labor that folks had charged, their benefit loaded debit, so the expense that's loaded on top of every dollar they charge to Yankee, follows their labor to each of those 80 accounts. What we do is we say those loaded amounts are related to benefits and we move them, or overheads, I should say, overheads and benefits. We move them to the appropriate credit offset account, and the net of that is what's reflected as the reduction in the schedule. But the movement from each of those 80 accounts into the 6 or so, I believe, accounts is a zero sum game. We're taking the debits in 80 accounts and we're moving them into 6 or 7 accounts. You get to the same spot. It's just a categorization.
If I could add to what Mr. Murray said, everything that he said was correct. I think where you're struggling is you're thinking that there's double counting. The 90, if you look at the schedule on line 168 where it says the 98.8 million, right? You have the credits in there showing that, you know, amounts are being loaded onto labor payroll expense, right? And then it gets sprayed back. The credit is then offsetting what Mr. Murray indicated is the debit. So net, the 98 million is not impacted by what is loaded, then gets expensed. So what is loaded to a work order that is then expensed to, like, let's use one example of an employee who's working on maintenance, or what Mr. Murray and I working today. Our time will go to FERC account 920. Our salary gets loaded. So you're going to see a credit for all of our benefits, and the costs associated with our labor will come out in the credit, and then it'll come back into the 920 account altogether. So, and I'll let Mr. Murray add more.
Except I'm missing something. I'm able to, for this, especially for this payroll tax specifically, I'm able to tie most of the costs in this exhibit to what I see in the SFR for each of those pages mentioned earlier, page 225 of C3.35. But what I can't find is that offsetting overhead related to that payroll-related taxes. Similarly, in most cases, I'm able to tie most of the costs in this exhibit to the SFR schedules without seeing the offsetting credit that the company reported that make up the entirety of the $98 million. So maybe what I need you guys to do is to provide for all the labor costs and benefit costs that are in the SFR schedule, identify the SFR schedules, and give us a reconciliation of how these credits are related to what the company is requesting in the for 920 account, 926, 928 account labor and benefit cost. Because right now I cannot find where the company in the SFR schedule offset the costs that are being requested by this offsetting credit.
Yeah, I think we know what you're looking for, and we are more than happy to provide it. I think what we have, which I believe will be helpful for you, Mr. Bakari, is it'll show the amounts and the SFRs, your implications to the SFRs. And I think that's where you're struggling, is how do these ESCO amounts that you're seeing on this 300 line item schedule,
Yeah, if you
those
can-
specific overheads,
sorry.
tie back to SFR,
Yeah,
sorry.
Sorry to cut you short. If you go to your SFR schedule C17, where you're reporting school labor cost, you go to the other SFR, I forgot which one, with that you're reporting your benefit cost, 315 and 335 for payroll. I won't be able to tie the cost that are in here to reflect the offsetting credit in the SFR. If I'm not able to do that, my implication, especially for that payroll cost in, we just mentioned earlier, that $2.4 million, I was able to tie all those different costs to the C335 without seeing the offsetting $2.4 million. So if you guys are able to do that for us,
Yeah,
that
so
would be great.
so in this schedule, I think that will be helpful. We show unadjusted amounts which are tying directly to the two amounts you reference.
Exactly.
So they're unadjusted. It's $6,094,460 and $2,413,586. So we in the schedule will show that unadjusted. We have a reallocation, like I had mentioned, where we take the debits, which are following the labor, to all those 80 other accounts. We take those 80 other account debits, we move them into each of those two accounts and other credit offsetting accounts. We could show that, and that will show a net amount. So you can see the zero sum, and it'll show you a new net amount. The new net amount will tie directly to our C schedules where we have a capital offset. So the ESCO depreciation, insurance, rent, payroll taxes, and if I've missed any others, but I believe this will reconcile from the numbers you're referencing in late file 64, show the reallocation of those debits into those credit accounts. A net amount will then tie back to the standard filing requirements.
That'd be great.
Could I just clarify where we provide that supplement, just so we give it a proper characterization for the record? Do you want that as a supplement to late file 64, or do you want it as a
I
supplement?
believe that should be a supplement to late file 64.
Thank you.
Thank you. No.
That's it for us.
That's it, yeah. We just need to emphasize that I saw that should be applicable to all the credits shown in that, all the credit amount shown in here, 564.
Sorry, what do you want?
We're not going to go through every credit that is shown in late file 64. We just use those two as indicator or proxy for them. There are other credit that are shown in that exhibit. So we will have the company to indicate how those flow through the SFR as well.
And so
you're talking about line 66, line 68, line 73, 78.
So just before we move off that, I just want to make sure we're able to give Mr. Bukhari what he's looking for. So I just want to ask the witness panel, are you clear in terms of what we're being asked to provide, and can we provide it in the late file supplement to late file 64?
Can you just repeat those lines? So 66, 60.
66, 67, 73, 78. I believe which was the other one? 123,
136.
136.
Can I ask Mr. Murray just to read that back in the record, just to make sure we have the right lines that we can provide? I have 66, 67, 73, 78, 123, and 136. Is that correct, Mr. Bugari?
I believe so.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have
You're welcome.
I just have a very quick question. It has to do with legal expenses. So I'm looking at late filed exhibit 70.
I have that.
And my question is, in the explanation for the expenses in lines 31 and 32 of the interrogatory, the company states that the law firms listed provided federal regulatory legal support relating to a pilot hydrogen project proposal. Was that the Northeast Hub proposal?
Yes, after consulting with my colleagues, they indicated that it was.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to turn to rent expenses. So I might abstain. And my first question is regarding late filed exhibit 73. Just let me know when you're.
I'm there.
Okay, great. According to late filed exhibit 73, Yankee utilized location A and location B to house its primary and backup gas control rooms during the test year. In the rate year, Yankee is housing its primary and backup gas control rooms in locations C, D, and E, and is no longer utilizing locations A and B. What cost did Yankee incur during the test year for locations A and B that it will no longer be incurring in the rate year?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you want me to give the intro, what the late file exhibit, or just the actual question?
Just the question. I heard the rest. I
Thank you.
didn't.
Okay. What cost did Yankee incur during the test year for locations A and B that it will no longer be incurring in the rate year?
Okay, 1 second. Locations A and B. Thank you. Okay, let me just pull up a discovery response as well that I know we have on the record. 1 minute. Okay. So we actually stated in RRA -008 that for certain of our facilities were not, during the test year, were not being allocated to Yankee Gas. Westwood, in the rate year, and the test year, what I am seeing is essentially the same. So there is no impact for Westwood, which is our location B. And then for Southborough, Massachusetts, we have a slight increase, but test year and rate year had charges. Those are the numbers.
And I think part of what's important for that is if you read this response, 2023, which is the test year, is when we moved, just double checking here. In 2023, we moved back to location A and we were beginning the work to support the relocation within Westboro because we had already transitioned over to our new Aviva platform. So the work had already begun on that space where they were eventually going to move, if that makes sense.
Steve Cadwallader with Pura staff. Just so that I'm clear, are you saying that there was no charges for locations A and B during the test year to Yankee?
No, and I apologize if that's how I came across. No. What I meant to say is in the test, what I said, excuse me, and I'll repeat it, is in the test year, I believe location A, Southborough, Massachusetts, there was a test year charge. In the rate year, what I am seeing is a rate year charge as well for rental expense with an incremental step increase from test year to rate year.
So why is location A?
Location A is Southborough, according to this, yes.
Why is location A still being charged to Yankee in the rate year if it's no longer housing its gas control rooms there?
Yeah, we have one of the witnesses here who will take my seat, Mr. Dorval.
So to talk about a timeline in, I guess, the rate year, if I go back to 2016, we had a combination of Southborough, Westwood, and Berlin, Connecticut, Westwood, Massachusetts, all serving as primary gas control rooms for different business segments. When we decided to move to Westboro, Southborough remains a backup to Westboro. So they're still using that space actively as a backup control center as well as Berlin, Connecticut.
It's a slightly different location in Southborough, but it's still in Southborough.
Yeah, they moved floors from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor, but it's still active today as a backup.
Is that location like D and E in the response to late file 73?
Yes, location D is the new location within the Southborough building.
So it's no longer,
Yes.
it's no longer in location A or location B in the rate year. Is there any savings from those locations not being occupied in the rate year?
Subject to check. I think part of what's at issue is that we still need to have backup locations. Backup locations are very important for safety, for the safety critical function that the gas control room provides. And therefore, even if we're moving where exactly our backup locations are, because we still need that backup location and the primary location in the same way that we kind of always have, I wouldn't expect that we would necessarily see a savings because we still kind of have the same need and need to make the same types of investments or rent. This is where, the other folks on the panel, I'm sure, understand better than I do, but in general, because the need is the same, I wouldn't expect that because our operations and need are the same, that we would see a significant cost savings just because we're moving something from one place to another place.
Just from reading late file 73, it seems like locations A and B are off the table in the rate year, and you've got locations C, D, and E. But if that's not the case, then perhaps the company can clarify that.
I think that is the case. I think D and E are new. So A and B are off the table, but we've replaced them with D and E.
So when the rate year, the adjustment to the rate year for the Westboro facility, which is location C, is like a $965,000 increase to the test year amounts. Does that not include locations D and E, or is that separate?
Give me a minute.
I believe you've moved on to Westboro, correct? You're asking about Westboro now?
Well, Westboro's location C, as I understand it.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure I understood you. You're asking the question about the $965,000 for Westboro.
Yeah, right.
Yes. So Westboro, as we disclosed in RRA 008, that during the test year, Yankee was not charged for the occupation in Westboro. That is why you're seeing a jump in the Westboro building, because in rolling into 2024, that rental expense began to come through. Companies experts, in preparing the rate case, we saw that and contacted facilities management, contacted the folks, and they stated that 2023, there were no charges, but 24, that cost began to come through. So clearly we had to pick it up in the rate year because that cost is not going away.
Right. I understand that adjustment for location C in the rate year. What I fail to understand is why there isn't a decrease of some sort for the fact that you're leaving locations A and B.
So location A, when we left location A, we stayed within the building and went into a actual larger space.
This is location D or E?
A is Southborough, and we're still in Southborough, which is now location D.
Okay, and
Yeah.
is the charge for location D similar to the charge for location A so that they're a wash? Is that the explanation?
I'll defer to you, but I think it should be more because it's a bigger space.
You just give me one moment. I know this is on the record and we explained it. Let me just find it for you. Excuse me. So again, let me read back to, if I could. And I know you have this, so in the response in LFE 73. Right, is that? Yeah, thank you. Just don't want to tip it. Our witnesses stated that we have our Southborough building, location A, and then later down, we describe Southborough building again as location D. So there's a shift in the area of the facility. Okay. The Southborough building and the rental expense that was allocated to Yankee Gas in the test year was $447,000. In the rate year, it's $509,000. So there's an escalation there. So and we disclosed in LFE 113, as it relates to the Southborough building, that there was a change in the facilities rate code, F06, that went from 10% to 10.82%. When our team created the rental expense associated with Southborough, there's a slight increase associated with that because at the time of preparing the rate case application, we had the rate codes for that forecast period, knowing that we would be charging under F06 under the new estimate of 10.82. So there's a slight increase associated with that as well.
If I may, because I think we're talking past each other.
Sure.
I think I understand you to be saying that location A and location D are the same building, different floors. If I'm picking up on the confusion, what you also said, Ms. Pereira, was that there is a rate year expense for location A. There's also a rate year expense for location D. So if you've abandoned A, why are we getting a charge for A and D?
So location A and D are essentially the same. So, but in the test year 2023, we were in location A of facility A. In rate year, we will be in location D of facility A. So there's the employees related to gas ops moved in the facility. So there will be no savings because the facility is still being occupied by the same employees. Hopefully that makes sense.
Can we just pause one moment?
I apologize. This seems so simple, but it can become complicated, I guess. There's only one charge. I see now your point, Madam Chair, is it sounds like we're saying there's two charges in the test year. That's not the case. If you think of it this way, those employees were occupying that building in Southborough. There was a movement of the employees to a different area of the building. The charges in test year and rate year is for occupation of that building. There's no double charge. There's no double expense. It's one expense for utilizing the building. It just happens to be in different locations across the years. Hopefully that makes sense, meaning like they moved, but there's only one charge.
So the test year expense has been removed for location A has been removed from the rate year.
I see what you're saying. Yes, if you want to call it location A in facility A versus location D in facility A, correct. I'm so sorry. We were totally talking past each other.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My next question is regarding late filed Exhibit 75. And this has to do with the cost allocation benefit to Yankee of NSTAR and Eversource utilizing more of a shared facility.
I'm there.
Great. What savings does Yankee realize due to the square footage previously occupied by Beth Israel being direct charged to Yankee, to NSTAR?
Okay. So I'll try not to talk past each other on this one, because I thought we explained this well the last time with the LFE, we attempted again. So I think what happened in the hearing room was there was an expectation with the rental income from the tenant that was going away because the tenant was exiting the space, right? There was an expectation that Yankee Gas would receive a benefit from that. The way that Westwood is charged is first utilization, right? Then causation allocation, which is expensed out to all the operating companies. And then in addition to that, Westwood had this added value where they had tenants in the building. So NSTAR Electric credited back that revenue receipt from the tenants to all of the affiliated companies based on the utilization and cost causation. With the tenants leaving, it doesn't change the first section unless there's movement, which there was. So if you look here, we stated that online, sorry, you were going to say something, Mr. Cadwallader. I'll let you go ahead and ask.
I think I was mistaken. I thought you were talking about late filed 72, but I think you're on the right page, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So in LFE 075, page 1 of 1, on the third line where we begin the sentence, the square footage previously occupied by Beth Israel is direct charged to NSTAR Electric.
If I could stop you right there. During the test year, how was that square footage? Who is charged for that square footage?
Okay, great question. So during the test year, that was the point in time when the tenants still occupied the building. During the test year, the square footage of Westwood was allocated down based on occupancy of the operating companies. Please let me just confirm 1 second because I'll clarify. I'm so sorry, Mr. Cadwalader. I was looking to see if we filed, and I conflated it. It was NSTAR Gas. I thought we had the NSTAR Electric Westwood in our prior OCC 410. So if you do look at OCC 410, Westwood is a similar concept where you begin with your square footage, which is based on utilization, and then in the utilization of the square footage, you then determine who's occupying it. So if it's shared service company employees, if it's NSTAR Electric, if it's NSTAR Gas, the NSTAR Gas would get direct charge to NSTAR Gas. NSTAR Electric would get charged to NSTAR Electric. Shared service company employees would then go through the cost causation principle, depending on the departments that are there. The rental income then comes in, which the company, Eversource, has made the decision to give that back based on the utilization of the original tenants. So whatever that rental revenue is, based on my understanding, it is credited back to all of the operating companies that occupy the building. So it essentially reduces the rental expense based on utilization of the building. So with those tenants, as they exited, that rental revenue goes away.
So when Beth Israel is in the location, is the cost being allocated to Beth Israel and netted from its rental income? Or is it being charged to the occupants of the building, Yankee and others? And then the rental income offsets that cost to them?
So based on my understanding, but I may need to do a read-in because I have not seen that calculation. Based on my understanding of how I was taught, the square footage is based on the affiliated company occupancy, and then the rental income comes in as a credit back. Does that make sense? So
then the cost that was being allocated for the Beth Israel square footage, that's now being directly charged to NSTAR, there should be some credit because Yankee's no longer allocated some of that cost that is now being direct charged to NSTAR. I don't see that
yes.
filing.
Yes, so and you mentioned that earlier, and the issue that you are seeing is that, correct, with NSTAR Electric taking up occupancy of that area, it's being direct charged to NSTAR Electric, correct? Yankee Gas no longer gets the rental revenue, so that's gone. But there would be an offset for that area going to NSTAR Electric being direct charge. Then there's the, and we stated it here, where we have the space that was previously occupied by Telestream, that's now shared service company. So that's an increase to Yankee Gas.
Right, but I'm also thinking there should be a credit because it's no longer being charged that space in the rent. So I'm thinking there needs to be two credits that are adjusted for in the rate year.
The way I see it is they're not receiving a benefit from the rental revenue from Telestream exiting that area, right?
And that's the $89,000 that you've adjusted for already.
Right.
So that's taken care of.
Correct.
But what I'm missing is the cost that Yankee is no longer experiencing because it's being direct charged to NSTAR, and it's taken up by the ESCO company and charged another way. So it seems like there needs to be a credit there that flows back to Yankee in the rate year.
So I know what you're asking. I just need to get my hands on that original schedule from my Massachusetts colleagues. And then I believe if I can give you a read-in, I know now how to answer your question. What I believe is happening, and I can say subject to check, is there's a high-level charge in the test year to Yankee Gas through shared service company employees who are working in that building and are providing a service to Yankee Gas. Beth Israel and Telecom, Telestream, when they were occupying the space, they were just a revenue stream in, not part of the utilization of square footage. They were just revenue stream in. Well, the revenue stream went away. And that part of the building was now being utilized by NSTAR Electric and ESCO. I need to see that calculation so I see the numbers because I understand your question, but I'd like to answer it prescriptively if I could. So a read-in or a supplement.
Let's do this. We need to stop for the evening. I think people are going to get locked out of the parking garage. So we need to stop here and let's pick this question up in the morning. And if that's not adequate time, then we can address the read-in versus supplement then. So I do need to deal with, I neglected one administrative matter. The OCC had flagged that they had a staff member adopting a late file exhibit with respect to page 9, and every party has waived or has reserved the right. So I think the question to the group is there anyone who intended to cross with respect to the OCC's rates or rate design panel as their witness is not available tomorrow, as I understand it?
We have no cross-examination for the OCC's rates.
Okay. Thank you. And everyone else has reserved. So if no one else is going to, no Attorney General, no EOE. No. Thank you. And the authority staff doesn't either. So Attorney McCorney, given that we're mid-panel, I would propose that your witness adopt by affidavit, if that's acceptable.
Yes, that was going to be my request. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So let's pick up here in the morning. I think the authority has a little bit more cross. So we'll see everyone back at 9 a.m.